All right, guys, welcome to PXP or Press X Podcast, episode 110. Thank you all for being here with me and waiting patiently, as always, while we have the intro credits roll. We have, almost 300 people already here, with 330 people here with us already, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much. I really can't express each week just how important and meaningful your support is. So thank you so much for that. I decided to wear the Death Stranding Bridges hat today. I thought that it would be appropriate considering the recent leak that we got, thanks to Norman Reedus once again. So we're definitely going to talk about that today. I hope everybody's week went well. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's Sunday is off to a good start. We already have a few super chats from Pragmatic Hat as well as a new member, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. It's been a pretty busy week when it comes to news. I mean, the week started strong. Sony came out strong on Monday with some new PlayStation Plus premium news. And then from that point forward, it just kind of continued. Not necessarily official news from Sony, but we certainly have a lot of topics to discuss today. So, this past week, I got sick again. Me and the family got sick. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have been getting sick the past week or two. Not sure why. I guess maybe the season's changing, but I was actually afraid that I wasn't going to be able to do the podcast today because on, I think it was Friday. Oh man, I was down and out for like the first 6 hours of my day on Friday. I felt like I couldn't move. I was just completely incapacitated. But luckily something just kind of switched. I guess my immune system, kind of kicked into overdrive. And then by Friday evening, I was feeling a lot better. And then yesterday, I was feeling even better. And today, I feel almost 100%, which is great because, a lot of times when I get sick with something, it can really knock me out. My son's still a little bit sick. He's got a little bit of a cough still. The wife is still a little bit sick, but in general, I think everybody's going to be okay. So I don't know. It's crazy because I feel like this is like the fourth or fifth time that we've been sick this year. And it's just like, geez, man, we're approaching summer at this point. This is not the time I would expect to be getting sick. So I'm just glad that I'm feeling better today. And hopefully nobody else out there is feeling too sick. But wow, very, very generous super chat from Whiskey Gaming. Thank you for that, buddy. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna cover that in just a second. Before I get to those super chats, I want to just kind of give a quick rundown, as I always do, letting you guys know some different ways you can support the channel, support the podcast, support what I do here. First and foremost, as I always say, just watching the content is the most critical thing, right? I mean, that's what I do here on YouTube. I make content for people to watch and to listen to. So whether that's with the videos, whether that's with the live streams, such as this one and the podcasts, anytime you can spend watching and consuming the content helps tremendously. Watching ads helps. I know, nobody likes ads, but that does help support the channel. Becoming a channel member and also donating super chats is a big part of that as well. I always say it, and I will continue to say it. You guys are the backbone of the channel. Those of you who show up each week for the podcast, and especially those who are members and super chat. So those are some ways you can help the channel. And you can also share my content out if you feel as though there's, a group of people or somebody you may know that may appreciate this type of content. Feel free to shout. I read the word shower for some reason and almost said shower it out. Feel free to share it out. Okay. So before I give a quick rundown of the topics that we're going to discuss today, I'm going to get to these super chats. Thank you guys so much. Very, very strong support before the show even starts. Very nice of you guys. Pragmatic Hat, you have about 4 or 5 super chats in a row. So we'll we'll read them all through here, okay? First, you say the Xperia 1 for $1,600, available in violet with complimentary $300 earbuds. Wow, that's definitely a good complimentary $300 earbuds. That's really good. As for the 10 for, we know the last model was $520. Sony has style covers for both. Yeah, that's a huge price difference. I would imagine that the lesser model of the Xperia, I mean, it's pretty much going to be like $1,000 difference. But you continue by saying, no excuse unless you're waiting for the Pro 2. All aboard the Xperia train, choo choo. Yeah, so the Xperia Pro, I actually looked into that as well, and that phone is intense, man. I could not justify getting a phone like the Xperia Pro. It would just be so underutilized. You also say the way Xperia and Xperia apps utilize Android is way different than the stock Android experience, and just about any photo you take is going to be better than iPhone. Very impressive stuff. You continue by saying, check out GSM Arena's review, but don't be confused by when they show last year's model and hop on board the Xperia train, choo-choo. P.S. I say this as an Apple sheep. It is just too cool. That's interesting to hear. I think some people were just assuming that you were like a complete Sony fan that only supported Sony phones, but apparently you are an Apple fan and you're really liking what Sony's doing. And then you say, I guess shifting gears here, we know Blue Box is Kojima, right? Hassan Karaman translates to Kojima, and people still don't know. Kojima assumed that would be the reveal aha moment. Well, I can't promise that there's going to be much Blue Box talk today. Apparently there were like some leaks regarding Blue Box's story or something like that. And I don't know. I can't really keep up with it anymore because it's just like, what's going on here? You know, what's going on anymore? But there have certainly been some Silent Hill leaks, some Silent Hill rumors, and Kojima doing some stuff. So we're definitely going to talk about that, Pragmatic Hat. Inspector Guru becoming a member at the Greatness Awaits tier. Thank you so much, man, for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. As I say, my members, those of you who do decide to become members, you're doing so to just kind of help support what I do on a month-to-month basis, and it certainly is appreciated. So thank you for that. And then Whiskey Gaming with a very generous $50 donation. Thank you so much for that, buddy. You're saying, hey, man, hope all has been well. Been MIA for a while. Trying to build a house equals a nightmare, LOL. Well, I would say that's a pretty good reason to kind of, be MIA for a little while. Building a house, I've never even attempted to, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. So yeah, I imagine it is quite the nightmare, but certainly will be worth it in the end, right? So you say here, top 3 things you want to see if we get a June showcase. So that's a great question, man. It's also a tough one because, man, there are a lot of things that I want to see for a June showcase, but I'm going to keep it pretty simple. And again, this is just the 3 things that I personally want to see if Sony does something in June that I feel like they have to be there. Okay. Number 1, God of War Ragnarok. I know that seems like so obvious, but it's because it is. I mean, that is a game that it's my most anticipated game right now. So absolutely, I want to see that. Number 2 is going to have to be, drum roll, please, Silent Hill. Okay, now look, I've made it clear in the past that Metal Gear Solid as a franchise is my number 1 video game franchise of all time, my number 1 series. And I would say that I want to see Metal Gear, but the only reason I'm putting Silent Hill there first is because of just how insane the whole thing has become surrounding Silent Hill. Between Kojima, between Bloober Team, the leaks, Blue Box, the whole thing for years now. Silent Hill is something that I would want to see just to see what it is. Is it real? If it is real, is it a Silent Hill 2 remake? Is there more than one game? Whatever it may be. Number 3, and I know not everybody's going to agree with this or be on board with it, but this is absolutely something I want. I want to see the Last of Us Online game. Absolutely. I'm going to be very upset if Sony does an event and or showcase of some kind, and for some reason the only thing we end up seeing is like a Last of Us 1 remake. I want to see this Last of Us Online game. This is, I just want to say this real quick before I get to these other super chats and dive into these topics. And I may talk about this more later, but I'm just going to talk about it now while it's fresh on my mind. I have seen a lot of conversations over the past year and a half, excuse me, in different parts of the internet that talk about the Last of Us factions. And it kind of dawned on me that a lot of people, in fact, I don't know if I should say most people, but a lot of people are not aware at just what Naughty Dog is trying to achieve with this game. And I need to emphasize it is a game. Like, I feel like people should stop calling it factions, because factions implies that it's like a single game mode that's going to release, and that's pretty much it. And it's just going to kind of be like maybe a smaller game or something like that, like something that should have shipped with The Last of Us Part 2. That's not what this is going to be. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. Like, this is a full-blown... I don't want to use this term because Naughty Dog hasn't said it. Nobody has said it. But it's just, I have a very, very, very good feeling that essentially what this Last of Us Online game is going to be is essentially going to be like an MMO light Last of Us game, where you're going to choose a faction to be a part of. You're going to create your character. You're going to be able to do missions cooperatively with other players. You're going to be able to kind of explore large open areas. They will probably have separate basically the Division Last of Us. Yeah, pretty much that. But I think there's also going to be a pretty heavy emphasis on PvP combat as well. Narrative-driven multiplayer. I'm telling you, guys, this is Naughty Dog going all in with a multiplayer game. Now, I want it to be known that I could be wrong about this, but if you follow Naughty Dog the way I have been for the past, I guess you could, well, pretty much since the Last of Us Part 2 released, I have been holding on to everything that they've been saying and everything we've been hearing about this Last of Us multiplayer game. Most of what we've been learning is through job listings, but also there have been some interviews with developers who are working on it right now. And I'm telling you, they're going big. It's go big or go home with this Last of Us multiplayer game. And Naughty Dog and Sony, I think, are absolutely planning for this to be like the first major, I have to emphasize, major live service game that they're launching from their crown jewel studio. So I think people forget that in multiple job postings for this Last of Us Online game, Naughty Dog made it clear that they are putting the same type of love and care and effort into this game as they would their normal single-player games. Let that sink in. I feel like a lot of people have just kind of gotten away from that and failed to realize that this is a full Naughty Dog effort you're getting with this game. There's one last caveat that I want to add here, because I know I'm really going on about this. I do think that the leeway that Naughty Dog is going to have with this experience will lie in the fact that it's being built around a free-to-play model. A lot of people are going to think, well, how could Naughty Dog put the type of effort and care into a Last of Us Online game, in such a short period of time? We know that Naughty Dog spends years on their games. Well, there's multiple reasons, but I think the biggest reason is because it's going to be a free-to-play model. And I hate to put it this way because people are going to be like, oh, that sucks. They're not going to have a lot of content. I don't think it's that they're not going to have a lot of content, but I think that they're essentially just focusing on building the base foundation and the core content. And a lot of people are like, well, look at how many job postings they have. Look at how many open positions they have for this multiplayer game. And I'm trying to explain to people that the reason for that is not because the game isn't close to being finished and it's not ready to be shown off or released. It's actually the opposite. It's because the core foundation of what the game is going to be is pretty much done. And what they're going to need is to hire more people to take the place of the developers who have worked on this project. And they're going to be the people that basically carry the torch, where we're going to make the content for The Last of Us Online. We're going to have the events. We're basically going to run this game. And so that core Naughty Dog team that's currently working on the multiplayer game, they're going to move on to the next major project, which is probably already in pre-production, or maybe full production for all we know. Naughty Dog's a huge studio, but at the very least pre-production. So expect it to be free to play. Whether or not it's going to come to PC, I do think it will come to PC. I just don't think that it's going to launch day and date on PC. I think it'll launch first on PS5, and then it will make its way to PC. But I'm going to talk more about this a little bit later on when we talk about The Last of Us PS5 remake, because I have a theory on how I think Sony is going to market both of these games together. So we'll talk about that. And I know a lot of people are like against multiplayer. A lot of PlayStation fans, like they just don't want to see Naughty Dog make a multiplayer game. But keep in mind, it's not like with Naughty Dog making this live service Last of Us Online game that they're not going to make single player games. They're absolutely going to prioritize single player games. They'll make more single player games than they will multiplayer. But if this game hits, if this game lands, if this is the next big thing, then it'll just be like Naughty Dog has a very successful live service game. Sony has a very successful live service game that just needs to be maintained, updated, but they'll continue to make single player games. And here's something important that I want people to understand. I promise, final thing I'm going to say on this topic for now. I know people get worried, well, if this Last of Us Online game is really that successful, if it's like a mega hit, maybe that's all Naughty Dog's going to work on. Maybe Sony's just going to make them just work on that game. That's not going to happen. Sony knows how important Naughty Dog is. Sony knows how difficult it is to have talented developers, especially the likes of which you see at Naughty Dog. Those developers are not just going to want to work on a multiplayer game indefinitely. I think people need to understand that. The development teams at Naughty Dog are going to want to work on other things. They're going to want to work on single-player content, single-player games, and Sony will absolutely let them do that. So, just for anybody who might be a little bit nervous or apprehensive, Maxwell, and thank you again, Whiskey Gaming. Maxwell, you're saying, I think Sony can buy Ubisoft only if they are 100% committed to also buying Capcom and Square Enix. They can buy all three in the span of 3 to 4 years. Well, yeah, one of the topics I have listed here that we will discuss is EA. Surprise, surprise, is apparently looking to sell. I mean, it's really not a surprise, obviously, but look, I'm going to dive deeper into this conversation. The only thing I'm going to say, Maxwell, for right now is I don't think Sony's going to buy any of these companies. I don't. I mean, I've been grappling with this for like months now, right? You guys know we've been talking about it. We've been speculating about it. And I've kind of just come to the conclusion that I think Sony's out. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. And I know that some people maybe don't want to hear that, but I just don't think Sony cares. I don't. Like, I think Sony's just like, look, we're going to do what we do, and we're not worried about trying to buy Capcom. We're not worried about trying to buy Square Enix, EA, Take-Two Interactive. I say this because I just think if it's like, at this point in time, Microsoft can't buy any of these companies. And I think that's important to kind of highlight. Microsoft can't buy Take-Two Interactive. Microsoft can't buy EA. Microsoft can't buy Square Enix or Capcom. Microsoft is having a hard enough time just trying to make sure that they can buy Activision Blizzard. And here's the thing. When they do buy Activision Blizzard and that goes through, it's unlikely they're going to be able to secure another big publisher. And if they tried to, they would, I don't want to say definitely, but there's a very high chance they would run into some serious problems. So I think at this point in time, when you think about anybody else that might acquire outside of Sony, these companies, these gaming publishers, I don't think Sony really has to worry that much. I don't. Sony lost Bethesda. To a degree, they lost Activision Blizzard, but they're still going to get a lot of their games. I don't think Sony's that worried. I don't. I know it sounds crazy, but I think it's pretty obvious at this point, for as crazy as it sounds, that we are slowly but surely working our way to a more multi-platform future. Not just for Sony, but for everybody. I'm not saying that means Sony's never going to have exclusives or anything like that, or suddenly Sony's going to start, the next God of War is going to drop on Xbox No, I'm not saying that, but I just think that in general, it's becoming clear that the future is more multi-platform than ever before, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's actually just a necessary thing to happen with all of this consolidation. Now, I don't think that means that everybody's going to suddenly start putting everything everywhere. No, but I do think we are slowly marching our way towards that future. Reyes, you're saying MGS remake, God of War, Silent Hill, perfect showcase. That I will say that would be a pretty perfect showcase. Those 3 games alone, I'd be good, man. I'd be set. That's all Sony would have to show me, and I'd be like, you know what? I'm good. I'm a happy gamer right now. Rari 2X, you're saying we will definitely be getting news this week. Next week is the first week of June, and the week after is Summer Games Fest. Sony is getting ready. Here's the thing, guys. I'm trying real hard to just keep my hype levels in check. But I absolutely agree with you, Rari 2X. I think the big I think, you know, the saying like all aboard the hype train, I think that moment's coming. And I think it's coming very soon. And I think that the tide has completely shifted. How do you guys feel? Because I will tell you this right now. To me, looking back, you know, where we started at the end of last year, going into the beginning of this year, Microsoft had all the momentum, dude. Microsoft had all the momentum, and they were building upon that week over week. And I, you know, I was giving them credit for sure, where I was just like, you know, it's going good. But, you know, it's just like now, it's not that Microsoft lost all the momentum. They still have their showcase, of course, but you got to admit that now that they don't have a major acquisition to announce, they had to come out, they had to delay their biggest games to next year. Like, there's just not really much there except the showcase itself, which is good enough for now. But what I'm ultimately trying to say is that right now, it's like the window of opportunity has just been like completely blown off, you know, blown out of the wall. And there's just a gaping hole there for Sony to just do, you know, show whatever you want, you know, bring as many games as you want. Go as big as you want with your event or with what you want to do for the rest of the year, because the ball is in Sony's court right now. And it wasn't a couple of months ago. It wasn't even, maybe even just a couple of weeks ago. And I just think it's interesting how quickly these tides can turn, where, you know, 1 month it's like everybody is like cheering on for Sony and Sony's got all the momentum. And then the next month somehow it just like fades, and then Microsoft is picking up the ball and everybody's paying attention to them. And that's kind of just the natural, you know, seesaw effect, I guess, that happens in life, but of course in any industry. And I just think that right now, when you evaluate the landscape and you try to get like a bird's eye view, I think it becomes clear that Sony, the time has come for Sony to capitalize. Because while they're not really doing much right now, we're like just on the cusp of, all right, now might be the right time to make some waves. How big those waves have to be, well, that's for Sony to determine. But I think the time is here. So I agree with you, Rari. RE46N2 Ray, a member for 10 months. Play has no limits plus. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, ever think of making members like MBG logo? They are easy to make. You should have at least 10 or something cool, like Nuke the Chat, Rant Juice Mug emoji. I think some of the members would like that. Keep up the great work. You know what, man? That's actually a really good thing to call out right now, because to be honest, I kind of completely forgot that was a thing. I feel like that's something that I actually meant to work on a while ago, and I just completely forgot about it. But you're absolutely right, Ray. I think that considering how strong our community is here, and I stream a lot. I mean, I do a weekly live podcast. I think that's absolutely something for my members that I should try to do. So while I can't promise that it'll be something that's here like next week, you know, or even next month, that is something that I'm going to have to make a note of, and you kind of put that splinter in my mind where I want to get something like that done, because I think there are a lot of good things, like you're saying, you know, like I already see JDTV begging for a clown emoji, you know, MBG clown emoji. I mean, that could happen, you know, why not? I've been depriving you guys long enough of something like that, right? So definitely something I'm going to look into, man. JDTV, a member for 13 months, Play Has No Limits. You're saying, finally, I'm a member since 1 year. Thank you, MBG, for all the videos and streams. It helps a lot during my day. P.S. Sorry for messing around all the time with you, but I know you like it. Yeah, dude, it's all good, man. I think it's funny. I really do think it's funny because, like, you know, anytime I happen to see that image of me wearing the clown wig, I just think of JDTV. Like that's his moment. That's more your moment than mine, if anything, man. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you supporting me for well over a year now. Always appreciate my members that stick around. Appreciate my members in general, but it's always cool to see people get like that final classic PlayStation logo badge, because not only do I think it looks cool, do I think it just looks good next to your name, but it signifies that you've been supporting me for a long time. So thank you, man. KD, you're saying, I hope this factions mode is copying Escape from Tarkov. I mean, yeah, that type of game mode, that's the thing, is like, apparently they were thinking about trying to do a battle royale, and I think that they just canceled it, which I think is good, because, I mean, come on, like, I'm not saying battle royale is dead, but it's like, that wave, I guess you could say, kind of came and went, and I think at this point in time, you look at a game like Escape from Tarkov, it's not necessarily battle royale, but it's something different, something more unique, and I think people really like that. So it would be very cool, I think, to get an Escape from Tarkov like game mode. I don't know what kind of game mode you would call that, like an extraction game mode, I think is what they call it. It would be really cool to see something like that in the Last of Us universe, because it would work really well. Absolutely, it would work really, really well. Alvin, you're saying, Xbox main who never had a PS4 but recently got a PS5. Been going through PS4 games, played God of War for the first time in January. Incredible. Late, but glad I'm on board. Well, I'm happy to hear that, man. I know that feeling, and I know that a lot of other people know that feeling as well, where, you know, there are quite a few people, I think, who missed out during the PS4 generation with some truly, like, incredible games. And, you know, I want to talk more about this idea of people kind of catching up on what they may have missed when we talk more about PlayStation Plus Premium and the lineup of games. But I'm happy to hear that, man. Some other games I would recommend, and I'm sure this community can recommend to you a bunch of games. I know that for a fact. They will recommend to you a lot of games. They're still recommending games to me that I have yet to play. But for me personally, I'd recommend give Ghost of Tsushima a shot, play The Last of Us. I would recommend Bloodborne if you feel as though you're up to it. And I want to recommend Days Gone if you get a chance. Just keep in mind that apparently it's not going to get a sequel, but I definitely recommend that as well. And obviously there's a bunch of others I'm not mentioning. And again, my community will take care of that for me. John O, you're saying, MBG, isn't Naughty Dog also working on a new IP? A while back, they had concept art for a Fantasy Dragon type game. Yeah, that's been speculated about for quite a while now. I don't think there's any explicit confirmation from Naughty Dog or from oh yeah, also sorry, Alvin, give Infamous Second Son a try as well, and Spider-Man. There's a bunch of games I'm missing, but they're both great as well. I just feel bad because I missed so many great games. But John I will say this, the reason why, like, a lot of people are kind of hating, I don't want to say hating, but they're just not on board with the idea of a Last of Us PS5 remake, because, you know, they're like, well, why is this game being remade? Is this necessary? And you could say, like, no, it's not necessary. This isn't something we need. Obviously, a Last of Us remake seems a bit too soon, but the reason why, I think, is what people need to focus on. The reason why Naughty Dog chose to do this is because there is a good chunk of their development team, because, again, we have to understand, Naughty Dog is a massive, massive development studio with hundreds and hundreds of developers, And when games are in different phases, right? Because they're not just always in one phase of development. There's multiple phases of development. There's likely a good chunk of the development team that just literally have nothing to do. So they were like, you know what? We'll just finish up and work on this Last of Us remake because it's easy and it shouldn't take too much time. And by the time they're finished that, the other game that they're working on, which is most likely a new IP, whether or not it's fantasy based, I don't know. But if it is like a new IP, which would be great, they can now move on to that, because if they are working on a new IP, it's still probably, again, I don't know if it's in like pre-production per se, but it's still probably very, very early in development. So I think people need to understand that that's why a chunk of Naughty Dog's development team is working on a Last of Us 1 remake. It's already finished. You know, we can pretty much safely say that game is done, and it's just they're polishing it up, and it's apparently going to release before the end of this year, which is crazy to think about. So, yeah, I have no doubt that Naughty Dog is also working on something big, like a big single player game. Some people are thinking it might be The Last of Us Part 3. I don't think so. I don't. And the reason for that is because I just think it's too soon for more Last of Us. I really do. I don't necessarily think that we need more Uncharted yet. I don't think that, to be honest, from what I could tell from feedback within my own community, a lot of people are totally okay with Uncharted not coming back for a good long while. They're ready for something new. They're ready for something fresh from Naughty Dog. And I think that a lot of people within Naughty Dog also want to do that. So I'm just going to tell you right now, if we find out that Naughty Dog is working on a high fantasy, single player experience, new IP, yeah, I'm on board for that. I'm going to be playing that day one, because I would absolutely just love to see what Naughty Dog, the talent of that studio, what they could do, with a game like that. So we'll have to wait and see. Alex Mercer, the prototype, you're saying, hoping for some new Infamous game announcements. Yeah, there have been multiple rumors that Infamous is coming back. And it's interesting because I think people naturally gravitate towards if Infamous is coming back, clearly it's going to be like a remastered collection or something like that, or a remake. And based off of the rumors we've been hearing for a little while now and the rumblings, it sounds like it's going to be a new entry. The only question is whether or not it's actually Sucker Punch working on it. We have heard nothing about who is developing this new Infamous game. I really enjoyed Infamous Second Son. I did not play the previous Infamous games. A lot of people have told me that I absolutely should, and I don't doubt that. And that's why I hope that they would make a remaster collection for that, so people like me could play it. But I mean, dude, the idea of an Infamous game on PS5, you look at how popular the superhero craze still is, right? I mean, that's absolutely an IP that Sony has to do more with, and apparently they are. So I'm hoping we hear more about it too if Sony does do an event. Mark Lovin, you're saying, thanks for giving me something to look forward to on my Sundays. Well, you're welcome, man. I appreciate it. I have always enjoyed doing this podcast, and the fact that we do it live, and I know that there are people who are always looking forward to it, and they show up each week, and it helps make their days or their weeks easier to kind of listen to. It always gives me a lot of motivation to keep doing this, and always glad to hear that, man. And thank you for that. And then we have Baby Assassin, who says, hey, MBG, I'm also a physical games guy, but don't you get tempted sometimes by seeing a digital discount? E.g., last week I saw Lost Judgment going for $15, but physical copy I still haven't seen go below $45. Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, that's the thing, is I'm not completely against digital gaming or like buying games digitally. It's just the thing that makes me nervous and hesitant about it is this idea that there are people who want or would be okay with a completely all digital future for gaming, where essentially like the only way you can game is by buying games digitally. And I don't think that would ever happen. I want to make that clear. I don't think that would ever happen, but I just don't want to contribute to to the dying out of physical media rapidly, because I feel like it's already kind of not there, but it's getting there. And anytime I make a digital purchase, I just kind of feel like, well, I'm kind of contributing to that statistic we see where it's like, X percentage of people are buying their games digitally year on year and whatnot. But at the same time, like what you're pointing out, Baby Assassin, if there's a game that's just a great deal, like you're saying $15, to whereas if you want to buy a physical copy, it's going to be, like twice as expensive. I mean, it's like, yeah, why not buy the digital one, because you are saving money, and yeah, you won't have the physical version of the game, but I feel like that's where you just kind of have to figure out on your own personal level, like what you're okay with, and what you're not. If you feel like you're not going to regret buying a $15 digital game and you're okay with like potentially never having a physical copy of that game, then that's fine, dude, go for it. But if it's one of those things where it might really bother you, and it's like, well, man, I still kind of want the physical version, then maybe it would be worth just paying that extra money, or at the very least, just kind of waiting it out a little bit longer until the price does eventually drop. But I totally hear you, man. I do think that digital games generally have a time and place type of situation, but but yeah, thank you for that, Baby Assassin. Josh Z, a member for 26 months. Play Has Limits Plus. Thank you so much, man. It's a long time membership there. You're saying, I think we get God of War Ragnarok, a new trailer, and a lot of Final Fantasy news at the showcase. I've been thinking that we could get more info on Spider-Man 2 and or Wolverine. A small gameplay clip of either would be cool. Well, you know what, Josh? I think that's some really good. I think you're actually on the money here. I think that everything you just listed is definitely possible. And actually, I'd say that what you're saying with God of War and Final Fantasy is absolutely likely. And this is actually where I want to segue into the first main topic of the show today, even though we've been talking for over 40 minutes. And that being about the PlayStation June event and the PlayStation Showcase. I definitely have some things to say about this. And then we have Sir Speaks a Lot, member for 23 months, also a longtime member, coming up on your 2 years. He says, Hakai, which I assume means he nuked the chat, which I may have missed, but I can only assume that's exactly what happened in that moment. Because we know that that's what Sir Speaks a Lot does around here. If you guys see me do like a weird motion with my jaw at all throughout this episode, just know I'm trying to pop my ears, because the longer I talk, they get like, I don't know, they start to like fill up or something, or get like muffled. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, but I got to pop my ears basically to hear clearly. It's very annoying. Got to take my little coffee break here before we really dive into the first topic. I see somebody asking, like, pop your ears. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. If you ever like had that feeling of like pressure building in your ears, maybe like some people hold their nose and they kind of blow out a little bit and it like pops your ears. It's hard to explain, but that's pretty much the best explanation I can give you. All right. So, yeah, exactly. Like when you're on an airplane. So diving into the first topic of the show, before I do that, guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. We're already over 250 likes, which is awesome. Let's see if we can get that up to 300 or beyond that. But yeah, there's been just a ton of rumors, speculation, so on and so forth about an upcoming PlayStation event. And I saw that some people were a little bit frustrated with me because for the first time ever, I made a video where I presented information about a PlayStation showcase or an event that was coming from a source that I sought out myself. And I will admit that the one thing I was disappointed about when I made that video is, and it was something where I was questioning if I should even make it, because I was in this situation where the only thing that I had explicitly confirmed to me, like like explicitly, this is something that I now know that I'm being told I can share, is that right now, PlayStation has a showcase or an event, whatever you want to call it, planned for June. And that was always the plan, pretty much for the entire year. Like Sony was always planning on doing something significant in terms of an event in June. And I was essentially told that, Sony still does believe in that, or at least the way it was told to me, the way I interpreted what they were saying, is that Sony still absolutely cares about June. And I think that's important because I think there's kind of like this mentality where, Sony doesn't care anymore about June or about like E3 time. And I think that people need to kind of realize that no, it's not that Sony doesn't care about June or the summer. They don't care about E3. Like there is a difference. And so that's the thing that I was told. I tried to get a date, but the thing about dates with Sony events is the reason why pretty much nobody actually knows about other YouTubers had jokes, MBG. They said your source is Boss the Cat. Oh, how did they know? How'd they know? Boss was my source. But I tried really hard to get a date, but my source was simply just telling me that they don't have a date because it turns out that when it comes to nailing down specific dates, based off of my understanding, Sony doesn't really nail down these dates like well in advance. Like they can kind of be shifty, I guess you could say. And I don't know if Sony does this purposely. I mean, it kind of would make sense where they just kind of, I think they want to be flexible, and they also have to be, I think, flexible to a certain degree, which is interesting because when you look at Microsoft, I mean, Microsoft like nails down their date like well in advance. I see somebody asking MBG, why do you think your source is reliable? Well, again, like I don't want to share too much information because, I told this individual, obviously I wasn't going to just simply say who the source is. I mean, that would kind of defeat the purpose, but they have given me reason to believe. And again, I'm not saying you guys need to trust me or anything. Like, it doesn't make a difference to me. People, the thing that frustrated me is people, I think, were taking it as like, oh, like MBG's trying to get clout and whatnot. It's like, well, not really, man. Like, I just wanted to kind of help clear things up because I am in the same boat that everybody else is, where I want to know, can we expect an event? Because I don't want to keep sitting here and going off of every rumor and every little rumbling we hear about, oh, Sony's going to do this in June and they're going to do that. And I told, I kind of was like, look, I want to cut through that, and I want to try to get a better understanding myself. Like I don't want to be pushing any rumors from anybody about a Sony event in June if the reality of the situation is that internally at Sony, there is no event. There is no nothing. They're not planning anything. And I really started to get an itch to try to figure this out myself when I saw that more and more people were saying, dude, Sony's not doing anything in June. They're not doing anything until September. And I was like, well, that does sound like a possibility. And I'm completely in the dark. So I figured I could at least try to reach out and figure at least one thing out myself, and I get it, because some people are going to take that as like, dude, you're just guessing, anybody can guess that Sony's going to have an event in June and simply say that I heard it from my source. And if there's an event in June, you're right. I don't care. This isn't about being right about anything. I do not care. I don't care. This isn't about building some type of track record. I don't want to, have people reporting on me and be like, well, MBG's sort. No. I did this because I wanted to know. And I also wanted to be able to, talk about this with at least a little bit of confidence with you guys, because we do this every year. And that's the important thing, is we do this every year where we are always wondering, like, what's Sony going to do? When are they going to have an event? When are they going to show up and do something? And I kind of feel like I get tired sometimes of hearing all these other people and all these other sources, and you never really know. Because I'm in the same boat as you guys, where I always gotta wonder, like, can we trust them? Like, is this believable? And the reality is, like, I can't say 100% for sure that, my source is pinpoint accurate, because I don't know that. Like, I cannot actually confirm that myself. But what I do know is that my source that I've spoken to, they have proven to me that they can be trusted, and that they are, I don't want to say that they like know everything, because they don't. I don't think anybody who is considered a source or anybody who's internal, nobody knows everything. And that's the same here. But they know enough, and they're clearly close enough to something that I felt confident when they told me that, like, yeah, like Sony is doing an event in June, and this was always the case. I felt confident in believing that and taking that for what it is. So that's really all I'm going to say about that. But talking about the event itself, sorry, I missed a super chat. John O, you're saying apparently the mod banned me for wanting Indian food. LOL. My family is from Bombay, by the way. If you're trying to call me racist, shaking my head. What's going on? Was that? John O, you're saying tell MBG to disregard my super chat. I think maybe it was it was Sir Speaks a Lot doing his nuke in the chat. See, what did I tell you about that, Sir Speaks a Lot? You're always upsetting people. Knock that off. All right, so, talking about the showcase, look, as I said, like, I just want to be able to speak about a showcase with just a little bit of confidence. And I don't want to sit here and say, I guarantee you there is a showcase. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm just simply saying that, look, I did a little bit of digging myself, not extensively, but at least enough to where I got a little bit of information and I felt confident in it. And I think, like, yeah, look, the reality is, let's put the whole idea that, oh, I had a source and they told me this. Let's put that aside, because I mainly did that for myself. And then I just kind of figured, well, maybe I'll just share it out. The reality is, I feel like if you look at the landscape, as I said earlier, where you're saying it's always a guessing game, though, MBG, that's the reality. And yeah, that's the thing here, is that, like, I could say that I have 5 different sources and I corroborated all different sources and blah, blah, blah. And I talked to Jim Ryan on the phone the other day. Like, the reality is, no one really knows exactly what Sony's going to do. And I think a big reason for that is because Sony, I think purposely, it's not even that they're like very quiet. It's that I think they purposely kind of do things in a certain way to even make it so if you're working there internally at Sony, even you're not 100% sure what's going to happen. I think there are just very, very few people who are in charge of this stuff and plan this stuff out and give dates and whatnot. And I feel like a lot of it is actually very last minute type of stuff. But the reality is, I feel like when you look at the current position that Sony is in and you look at the landscape currently, I mean, how could you... I just was having a difficult time believing that Sony wouldn't do an event in June. And that's really what kind of started to give me that itch, I guess you could say, that I had to scratch, where it's like, there's just no way. There's no way Sony is not doing an event in June. And that's just kind of the mentality I had. And the reason for that is because just look at the way things are right now, guys. Sony does not have a single release date on any of their games. And I'm sorry, but I'm not counting Forspoken. I'm not counting Forspoken because the reality of Forspoken is we were supposed to be playing that now. Forspoken was already supposed to be out. I think it was supposed to release, like May 17th. So putting Forspoken aside, we know literally nothing. And when you consider the fact that Sony has all of these studios, all of these partners. We've been hearing rumors of this game and that game and these two games. Oh, and don't forget those games over there too. I mean, guys, it all signs, every single sign points to an event in June. It would be insanity, absolutely insane to me if Sony didn't do an event in June. And if they didn't do an event in June, at that point, yeah, I'm going to tell you, well, God of War isn't coming out this year. Last of Us PS5 remake, not sure why anybody was expecting that. You know, it would be very disappointing, just straight up, you know. And I see that there are some people who have a very different outlook. And I think it's an interesting outlook. And I totally understand where it comes from, where the outlook is, well, Microsoft just announced that they're delaying their biggest games to next year. Their competition, Sony's main competition, that being Microsoft, they have like nothing. And Sony doesn't have to worry. So because of that, Sony is just not going to do anything. And I cannot buy into that mentality, because to me, that's not the Sony that I want to see. That's not the Sony that I support. I know Sony is very strategic. We know that about Sony, and I respect that about Sony. We know that they care very much about the big and the small things, and they care about timing. I mean, I feel like this is just obvious. Every corporation, every company has to care about these things. But I'm just not a fan of this idea that internally Sony is like, well, our competition isn't doing anything, so we're not going to do anything either. That's not why I bought a PS5. That's not why I buy these games and support Sony the way I do. That's not why I'm a fan of PlayStation. I'm not a fan of PlayStation because of how they react to the competition. I'm a fan of PlayStation because of how they lead the way and what they're doing for the fan base. And that's the thing, is when I think about the development teams at Sony, they're the most important thing, right? I know we talk a lot about Jim Ryan. We talk a lot about Herman Hulst, and we talk a lot about, like the stuff that's going on up top at Sony. But the reality is, the most important thing at Sony, at PlayStation Studios, and their partners, it's the development teams, the developers who are making these games, the developers who are, really just putting everything into these games. And this is where I realize, like, you think they don't want to show off their games? You think they're not just itching and just dying to show what they've been working on to, get people excited and get these games in our hands? They absolutely are. They're probably more excited than we are because they're the ones who've been working on it this whole time. So this idea that Sony's just going to kind of come in, Herman Hulst is going to be like, oh, what's that, Naughty Dog? You're pretty much done The Last of Us PS5 remake and you're excited to show it off, and you're done with The Last of Us online game and you want to show that off too? Nah, we're just going to save that for next year. Oh, what's that, Corey Barlog? Or what's that, Sony Santa Monica? You're ready to show off God of War and you can have it out within the next 3 months? Nah. We're gonna hold it till next year. That's just dumb. Like, and I don't know why Sony would ever do that. Because that, like, to me, that's just ridiculous. I can understand from a pure business standpoint, just purely speaking about the business side, I can understand why you look at it, well, we only have a certain amount of PS5s we can sell and we don't have to worry about the competition and everything's kind of already. But come on, like, that's not what PlayStation's about. That's not what PlayStation, in my opinion, has ever been about. I'm not saying that Sony needs to try to release everything at one time. I'm not saying that Sony needs to reveal everything at one time. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, like, the time has come. The next month, the time has come. It's time to show some God of War. It's time to talk more about what PlayStation Studios is working on. Again, doesn't have to be everything, but at least a couple of things, right? Maybe the time has come to show a new trailer for Spider-Man 2 or something more of Wolverine, KOTOR. I mean, what about Final Fantasy, right? Like, that's the whole thing here, guys, is these things are ready to be shown off. Doesn't mean they're necessarily ready to release, but they are ready to be shown. And I would just be completely flabbergasted, truly, if we go June and Sony's just like, here's a small state of play. I would be upset, and I would not hesitate for a moment to express my frustration with Sony if Sony decides in June we're just gonna get sprinkle on just a little small state of play. I mean, if Sony were to do something, and again, this is not what I was told they're going to do. Like, this is currently not the plan at Sony. I need to make that clear. From what I was told, this is not the plan. But I'm trying to consider all angles here. I'm trying to cover all bases. Let's just say something changes at the last minute. And Sony's like, you know what? We're actually not going to do a showcase in June. We're going to save it till September. But instead, they're like, we're going to give God of War its own dedicated state of play. Okay. You know, I wouldn't be as thrilled because I'm anticipating an event, but that would suffice. I'd be like, okay, that's good enough. And especially knowing if they're going to do an event in September. But as of right now, that's not the plan. Somebody says, don't forget, PS5 is getting marketing exclusives for Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. But, you know, again, well, I have a couple super chats here. Young G are saying, I think Sony knows we will be disappointed if they do nothing in June. A bunch of things point towards it happening next month. Yeah, and so the only question I really have right now is if Sony's planning to follow the same template that they did last year for their event. So the only event that Sony had last year was in September, and pretty much what they did is they had a 40-minute event where the first 30 minutes was for third party as well as some partners. And it had some surprising announcements. I mean, there was the KOTOR remake announcement. I think that was the first thing that they opened with, which was big. But people were kind of like, when are we going to start seeing the first party stuff? And Sony stacked the first party stuff for the last 10 minutes of the event. They showed a God of War trailer. They showed a Spider-Man 2 trailer. And they revealed Wolverine. And that's big and that's good. But I mean, I'm just going to be real and I'm going to be honest right now when I say that I feel like Sony cannot follow that template again because I think people were a little bit more forgiving. But I don't know. I feel like it's difficult because a part of me wants to say Sony has to have like an hour and a half long just all out event where they're not holding anything back. But I know that that's not the right move to make right now. I know that's not the right move to make. But I feel like maybe we can get a kind of in between where maybe it doesn't have to be an hour and a half. Maybe it can be like 50 minutes to an hour. And maybe instead of stacking all of your first party stuff up to the last 10 minutes, we can kind of sprinkle it out in between the third party stuff, you know, and we can have more than 2 or 3 things. We can have maybe 4 or 5 things. See, I feel like this is a reasonable thing for me to be expecting because, again, I just have to emphasize that right now, guys, there's God of War, Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, Wolverine, KOTOR remake. Right off the bat, Wolverine and KOTOR remake, they're not, you know, we have to see if we're even going to get those games in 2023. Spider-Man 2 is set for 2023. God of War is set for this year. Outside of that, I mean, you know, we haven't heard anything. So I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but and there's also PlayStation VR 2. Somehow I still completely, and there's Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2, PlayStation VR 2. The list goes on here, people. Josh, you're saying FromSoft really needs to figure out their graphics going from cross-gen Horizon to Elden Ring. I'm enjoying the game, but come on, PS3 looking graphics. Well, yeah, I mean, Elden Ring did not have the best graphics. I think it's more about art style than anything else, but I don't know. I thought Elden Ring looked pretty good, but I will admit that from a graphical perspective, it could use some improvement for sure. I would see people talk about Bloodborne 2 being made by Bluepoint. Here's my dream. Let's get a Bloodborne 2 where it's a joint development collaboration between FromSoftware and Bluepoint, where you let FromSoftware handle like the gameplay and the game design, and then let Bluepoint handle like the technical side of things, like the graphics. Excuse me, geez, the graphics, the the art style, the whole thing. And oh my god, then you're gonna get something crazy. That would be awesome. Persona, you're saying, I'm sorry, MBG, I respect your opinion, but I think you always expect a lot from Sony. Like a showcase just for exclusives, that's not going to happen. Well, just to be clear, I'm not saying that I expect a showcase just for exclusives. I'm not saying that. Like, I guess I should just make it a little bit more clear before we move on. What would meet my expectations? Okay. Here's what would meet my expectations. I am a believer. I want to make it known I am more of a believer in, quality over quantity. So it's not like the amount of things that Sony has to announce or reveal matters more than the quality of what it is they're revealing. But I'll tell you this right now, this would be more than enough for me, okay? If Sony does a 40-minute showcase where they maybe reveal a couple of big third-party games, possibly some timed exclusives, depending on what these games are, they could be huge. Like imagine if Capcom announces Resident Evil 4 remake, timed PlayStation exclusive, that would be colossal. But then, we get through that stuff, show off some more Hogwarts Legacy, and then you know what? Here's some more God of War, and here's a release date for God of War. God of War is coming out before the end of this year. Oh, by the way, we have one more thing that's coming out this year. That's actually going to be The Last of Us PS5 remake. Oh, and just for good measure, here's another Forspoken trailer set to come out this year. And here's a new Final Fantasy 16 gameplay trailer with a release date of, or maybe not like necessarily a specific date, but at the very least, maybe like a release month of like February or March of 2023, right? Oh, and here's the first trailer for The Last of Us Online, which is set to launch also free to play early 2023. Like that stuff, that would be a lot of stuff, and it would still be clear that if that's what Sony did, they would still be holding a lot back. You could tell that Sony would be holding a lot back if that's all they did, but that's enough to where it's like, okay, I mean, we're getting quite a few games releasing before the end of this year. We have a decent idea of some of the stuff we can expect at the beginning of next year. You know what I mean? And that's pretty much what this comes down to. Like the reason why I'm not really mentioning a game like Wolverine, like guys, Wolverine is one of my most anticipated games. But the reason why I'm not mentioning it is because there's really no need to see that game yet. Like I'm not expecting that game to come out next year. I'm expecting that at the very earliest to come out sometime in 2024. So that's why I'm not really asking for it. The reason why I mention these specific games is because Sony has to fill up, their release schedule from June 2022 to June 2023. Or possibly longer, possibly till holiday 2023. Sony wants to give us, I think, the next 12 to 18 months. Not exact pinpoint dates per se, but this seems to be the flow that Sony follows anymore. I think Sony likes to set up the next 12 to 18 months, and they're usually pretty good at doing that. And that's what they did at the start of the PS5 generation. When they had their Future of Gaming showcase in 2020, they basically showed you this is what you're going to get on PS5 for the first 18 months when you buy it. And we've now reached that point where, okay, it's been the first 18 months. Sony was true to their word. The only game that pretty much got delayed was God of War, but come on, nobody was expecting God of War to release in 2021. And Sony's been true to their word. They've been consistently releasing games for the PS5, and a lot of these games have been great and been impressive. They've been releasing exclusives from their partners. They've been releasing some remakes and some remasters, the whole thing. But that's what I'm trying to explain here, guys, is like, yeah, we're at that 18-month point. We're at the cutoff. Now it's time for Sony to do it again. Show us the next 18 months. You know? And I don't know. Like, I'm not going to allow myself to get extremely excited or overly hyped until the moment comes. And I want to make that clear because I know that some people are like, dude, you have too much expectation. I want it to be known that, look, I've literally talked to somebody where I could allow myself to get very excited right now if I wanted, but I'm not, because I'm not trusting anyone or anything 100%. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not trusting anything because I just don't want to be left feeling disappointed. But my expectation is that Sony will do something. My hope is that they do something big. And until we get to that point, right, I'm just going to kind of keep it cool. You know, I'm going to keep it cool, and we'll see. We'll see how it all pans out. I mean, obviously, I have my own fantasies in my head of what I would like to see happen and how exactly I'd like to see it go down, but I try not to entertain that too much, because if there's one thing that 2021 taught me, is that sometimes not only can you be wrong, but you can just be completely wrong to the point where, like, dude, you were in some type of delusional state of thinking where it's like, none of this is happening, man. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean none of this is happening? So, figuratively literal, you're saying, to be frank, I feel like there's so much to show off at Sony's end. It's almost overwhelming. Plus, the sooner they get the announced / open secret games out, the sooner we get true next-gen titles. That's one other thing I do want to mention here as well. Something we do have to consider. There have been a decent amount of leaks and rumors, regarding in-development PlayStation games at PlayStation Studios. But I have to imagine that it does eventually get to a point where, you know, there is a benefit of announcing some of these things where you no longer have to worry about them leaking, right? Or you don't have to worry about the rumors. You don't have to worry about the surprise being ruined. Oh, excuse me. So, yeah, there is that aspect as well. And that's the thing, figuratively literal. I agree with you. You know, I'm somebody who follows PlayStation Studios and their partners very closely. I've been following them very closely. And believe me when I tell you, overwhelming is the right word to use. Sony is sitting on a ridiculous amount of games from their studios and from their partners. And I don't believe that they're just going to reveal them all at once. There's no need for them to do that. But man, I'll put it to you this way. PlayStation fans, for the past couple years, I mean, even during the PS4 generation, but I'm not going to focus on the PS4 generation, all right? Because I'm just focusing on the PS5 generation when I say this. Since the launch of the PS5, PlayStation 5 owners have been eating very good, consistently. Sony has not allowed any extended period of time to go by where they haven't been feeding us well. That's how it's going to be all generation long. Like, that's how Sony has it set up. And, this is why I'm saying, like, the time has come where it's like, now they want to show us the menu, guys. You know, they got to show us the menu. They're changing the menu, and they're ready to show it to us. So that's the best way I can put it. Sorry, I might have to do that a couple times. Trying to keep it going here. I got some bad post nasal drip going on here. Just give me a second. Actually, might mute myself for just a second because I gotta make a loud, obnoxious noise. I'm gonna mute myself for just a second, guys. Okay. See, this is where I'm thinking ahead. I don't want to subject you guys to that. I don't want to subject anybody to that obnoxious noise. Okay. Let me see. Michelle Butts, you're saying, hi, MBG. Do you think Sony will show anything during the Summer Game Fest on June 9th? So this is where things get a little bit fascinating to me, a little bit interesting, because we know that Summer Game Fest is starting on June 9th. Now, let me ask you something. I'm going to be relying on my chat to answer this question for me because I have not been following as closely. If I'm not mistaken, Jeff Keighley usually likes to flaunt Summer Game Fest as the kickoff of the summer events, right? That's usually what he does. Hey, it's Summer Games Fest, and we're kicking off the summer and the shows with this event. Has he been talking about it in that way? I don't know because I haven't been following that closely, but I do know that in the past he has talked about Summer Game Fest as like the start of the summer events. So, I mean, again, it's kind of like, I guess if Sony was doing their event the first week of June, he couldn't really say that, right? Like I feel like Jeff Keighley wouldn't be able to say Summer Game Fest kicks off the season of shows. Like, but if Sony does their event first, then technically Sony's kicking it off. So you can't really say that. But I mean, Jeff Keighley's the hype man. So to answer your question, whether or not we're going to see Sony there, that's a tough one, man, because I want to say no, because again, I'm very confident that Sony is doing an event themselves in June. And so if Sony were to do an event in June, there would be no reason for them to be here. However, I will say this. We know for a fact, because it was confirmed by Hideo Kojima himself, he confirmed it last year, that he's going to be part of Summer Game Fest. He said, I'll see you at Summer Game Fest. So we know Kojima's going to be there. I think what we could see happen at Summer Game Fest is something teased by Hideo Kojima from Kojima Productions that will end up being associated with PlayStation. Now, I'm not saying we will know for sure. Like, I don't know if we're going to get our answer per se whenever Kojima's game is teased at Summer Game Fest. I don't know if it's going to explicitly tell us then and there that this is in relation to PlayStation, but it might. It might. Like, they might want to kind of flaunt that a little bit, where it's like, here's Kojima's next game. We're teasing it out. What could it be? Right? Maybe it's Death Stranding 2. Maybe it's Silent Hill. Maybe it's something completely different. And then at the end, it'll say like, or maybe whatever the trailer is, it starts with the PlayStation Studios logo. And so we'll kind of maybe, I don't know, maybe shortly after that, Sony will be like, hey, yeah, we're doing our event, guys. And that's just a little teaser of what we're going to show off from Kojima. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I did know. Like, this is where I wish I did have more answers, but I want to say that there's a pretty decent chance something relating to PlayStation will show up at Summer Game Fest. It would be surprising if there was just nothing at all. But I will say this. If we don't hear anything from Sony by the time Summer Game Fest happens, because obviously I'm going to stream Summer Game Fest, I'm going to be paying very close attention to the presence, if there's any at all, that PlayStation has at Summer Game Fest. Because I will say this, if there is no significant PlayStation presence at all during Jeff Keighley's show, then I think that's a pretty clear sign that, okay, yeah, so Sony's going to be doing their own thing. If Sony shows off like a big God of War trailer, for example, during Summer Game Fest, I'm going to be a little bit like, oh, okay, that seems like something that Sony would want to save for their own show. Maybe they're not doing a show, like those are the things that I'm going to be looking out for. I think it was Jeff Grubb who said that he was hearing the first week of June. But then I felt like you can't really go based off what he's saying, because right after that, he also said, but I've also been hearing September. And it's like, what? it's like, I just feel like you're basically just saying like the two most likely months that Sony could do an event. I mean, yeah, like June and September. Those are the two most likely months. That's why I tried so hard to get a date. I tried so hard to confirm whether or not is Sony going for the first week. And here's the thing: you're saying Nick also said the early weeks of June. You're talking about Special Nick. But Special Nick, he's a pretty good source. He's proven that I don't think he's like 100% all the time, but he has a contact with Sony that absolutely has some good idea of when Sony is doing events. So, if he's saying that, I believe it. But this is where I'm saying, like, maybe Sony doesn't know themselves. Maybe Sony's just trying to determine, should we go before Microsoft or should we go after? And that's the thing, is like, since when does Sony go before Microsoft? Has that ever been, like, I don't remember that ever being a thing, literally ever. So I will tell you this, if Sony came out the first week of June and said, well, everybody's saying 2020, I could have swore that Microsoft did theirs in May and then Sony in June, unless I'm getting my wires crossed here. Wait, okay, hold on. In 2020, didn't both Sony and Microsoft, they both went twice? So I think in May, Microsoft had their... What am I thinking about then? In May? Yeah, you're right, actually. Okay, all right. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. I'm remembering wrong for some reason. I don't know why I'm thinking May. Like, I don't know why I'm thinking Microsoft went in May of 2020. You're right, they did do July. Sony did go before them. Okay, well then there we go. Pop that balloon. All right, well then there we go. Wait, you're saying I am correct? I need to look this up. For some reason, when I look back on 2020, everything kind of blends in together. Because I could have swore. Okay, I remember now. I got it. Now I'm remembering. Yes, Microsoft did go first in May, but it wasn't their big thing. It was supposed to be their next gen thing, but it was so abysmal and underwhelming that people were like making fun of it. We're like, that ain't next gen, bro. And Microsoft was like, sheesh. Okay, yeah, maybe you guys are right. And then Sony went in June, and it was huge. And Sony like blew the roof off. And they basically, made it really hard, I think, for Microsoft to have a show that matched. And then Microsoft went in July, and that's when they showed off Halo, and people were like, bruh. So, and then Sony went again in September. Oh, dude, I love it. I love it because I don't know why I'm getting this feeling. I'm like, yo, Sony's about to do a repeat. Sony's about to do it. Bring it down, MBG. You said you weren't going to do this. It's too early. You said you weren't going to do this. I'm saying I'm feeling like maybe there's a good chance Sony's going to have a repeat of 2020, which would be great. Josh, you're saying, get you and your wife a bottle of wine with my super chats. Have a nice evening and give her the... Okay. I'm not reading that. Keep up the good work, Xbox. Well, thank you, Josh. Thank you. I was in a very different mindset. And I'm probably going to be blushing here a little bit, but I was in a very different mindset. And then I just suddenly started reading MBD, and I'm like, okay, all right. Just going to sip my coffee and process that. But thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I just saw the super chat. That super chat I think has been sitting there for a while too. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying PlayStation Plus tier changes start tomorrow in Asia, May 25th, 26th potential event. So actually, that's something that I can bring up here momentarily. Is there's been a lot of talk about the list of games that Sony just revealed for PlayStation Plus Extra and PlayStation Plus Premium. And Sony did make it clear with this list of games that it's not the full list and it's not final. And I've been listening to some other people talk about it, give their takes and their opinions on it. And the general sentiment, which I think is totally fair, is that Sony has a pretty strong offering. And I agree, it's actually a very strong offering for PlayStation Plus Extra. Like, they're putting a lot more first-party stuff in PlayStation Plus Extra than I was anticipating, like sooner than I was anticipating. And it's a great value for sure. But when it comes to the classics and the premium tier, Sony seems to be lacking quite significantly. Like, the lists that they gave us in that blog post were pretty small and not all that exciting. And it was so bizarre because people were like wondering, well, can we unlock trophies in these PlayStation Classic games? And Sony didn't say anything about it in the blog post. And then a couple days later, out of nowhere, Sony Bend is like, yeah, you can get a platinum trophy in Siphon Filter. In fact, we have a whole trophy list. And then people are like, why wouldn't Sony reveal this in their big blog post? I'm starting to think that Sony actually has more to announce and reveal for PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, mainly the premium tier. Focusing on the classics, I think Sony might have more to announce, but they are actually going to save it for like an event. I mean, if you think about it, I'm not guaranteeing that. I'm just saying if you think about it, because a lot of people were saying that Sony, like, they have not. Why wouldn't Sony reveal the most important things and the biggest things with their blog posts? And I'm like, well, if you think about it, if Sony is planning an event around the same time their service is launching, wouldn't you want to save some announcements and reveals for that time? Like, would you really just want to put that in a blog post, or would that fit perfectly into your event? You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the way Microsoft does it with Game Pass, I mean, I remember last year, everybody was basically saying, like, it was like a Game Pass event. And it's because it was. I mean, obviously, it makes a lot of sense for Microsoft to, anytime they're doing an event, Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass, that's their main focus. But even though PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium are not Sony's main focus, if there's one thing I learned when looking at the games that they're putting into PlayStation Extra, Demon's Souls Remake, Returnal, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, right? Like, they're Spider-Man Miles Morales. Oh yeah, they're taking this more seriously than I was anticipating. And now I'm like, whoa, okay, all right, whoa. Sony ain't playing with this. And I imagine that they're probably saving a couple of announcements potentially. Now, I'm not saying expect that. I'm not saying expect it, because what we just got in that blog post really might be it. But I can tell that when it comes to the classics offering, most people are like, it's not looking that great, Like, it's really like, where's Metal Gear? Where's Silent Hill? Where's this? Where's that? Where's Crash Bandicoot? Right? Like, these are the games where it's like, where are they? And I have to admit that, like, yeah, I mean, these are like the classic games that people would want to sign up to play. But then again, we also have to keep in mind that when it comes to PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, it's just the beginning. So Jim Ryan did say that right now their main focus with PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium is to get current subscribers to PlayStation Plus to double up, right? To upsell us. That's their main goal. I think when they start to really focus on trying to bring new people in to subscribe, that's when they're going to start putting in more games that are really going to start appealing to wider audiences. So, MBG, did you see the Twitter post on how Microsoft passed on Spider-Man and Sony got it, and about how Metal Gear Solid 4 wasn't exclusive to Sony? Yeah, so the Spider-Man post, I actually did not see that. That's crazy to me. I feel like that's not true. I would have to read about that. But when it comes to Metal Gear Solid 4, I did see that, and that's really funny to me. It's really funny to me because it basically shows, Kojima's like a PlayStation fanboy. Kojima's a Sony fanboy. But for those who don't know what we're talking about, it was pretty much confirmed that there was never a deal or a contract between Konami and Hideo Kojima and Sony for Metal Gear Solid 4 PlayStation exclusivity. Like, Kojima and Konami, like, at any point could have ported that game to Xbox. He just didn't want to. And I'm like, yo, that's pretty funny. I mean, this is why I find it so bizarre that people are like, Kojima's done with PlayStation. No, he's not. Why would you ever think that? The dude has literally posted photos the past week of a PlayStation 5 underneath his TV that, I mean, he wasn't playing a game, but he was watching something on it. I'm like, the dude is PlayStation. He's posted photos of PlayStation 5 dev kits, of actual PlayStation 5s in use. I don't know why people would think that. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying, oh, sorry, I read that one already. Always busy. You're saying trophies were on PS2 games in PlayStation now. The games are emulated up to 1080p and the FPS is doubled. They're still getting licenses for games from publishers. So that I actually didn't know. That's very interesting to me. I didn't know that the PS2 games on PS Now offered improvements like that as well as trophies. So interesting. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, do you think that Sony's PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium will condition gamers to wait for those games to hit the service and not support devs like Xbox gamers do? Well, that's the big fear, man. That's the big fear. And I think that this is kind of the tightrope that Sony now has to walk with this service, because I'll tell you right now, I have this as listed as a whole separate topic, but I guess it makes sense to kind of start talking about it now. When I looked at that list, I didn't like fully process it at first, but then I'm like, hold on a second. Demon Souls remake? Okay, so that's been out for about 18 months now. I was not expecting that to be there, just because I don't know, like, that seemed like, especially now, it could have been a system seller. Well, I guess in a way it still is, because it's on PlayStation Plus, but I don't know. I guess I just thought that maybe Demon Souls was still a game that people were picking up with their PS5s. Maybe not. But the game that really is fascinating to me has to be Returnal. Okay, because Returnal is just a little over a year old. Okay, Returnal is a game that came out, I believe, on April 30th of 2021. So by the time it launches into this service, it's about a year and 1-2 months old. And that is very surprising. And I feel like what people might end up doing is they might try to predict. And I don't think Sony's going to make it easy. So to answer your question as simply as I can, I don't think it's going to condition people to wait, because I think Sony's going to be very unpredictable. So, for example, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. A lot of people were noticing that, well, interesting, we're seeing Returnal drop into the service, but not Ratchet & Clank. Now, Ratchet & Clank launched in June of 2021. So if Sony announced it launching into the service, that would mean that it would have been less than a year. So now people are looking to see if in the next couple of months, if Sony announces that, oh, now we're adding Ratchet & Clank, and they'll be like, okay, so that's been 1 year. Returnal hit the 1 year mark. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart hit the 1 year mark. So is that the criteria, essentially? Is that the criteria? Basically, we need 1 year of our game on the market? I don't think so. No way. Not going to happen. And I'm just telling people now not to expect that, because that's not what Sony's going to do. The games that Sony's going to put into their service are the games that have reached their maximum sales potential and their tail is pretty much gone, right? Like a game like Demon's Souls, the reason, like just straight up, the reason why it's being put in there is because it's an appealing game, but it's not really selling as much anymore. The shocking thing to me is the fact that Sony decided to put Demon's Souls Remake into this service before they released it on PC. That is crazy to me, because after the Elden Ring hype, my God, Demon's Souls Remake would probably sell like crazy on PC. But it just goes to show how it's complete. You don't know what Sony's going to do. You know, some people might be thinking, oh, in the next 2 to 3 months, Sony's going to announce Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is going to join PlayStation Plus Extra. In reality, it might never join PlayStation Plus Extra. It might not be until 2023 or something. You know what I mean? Like, we just don't know. There's no predictability about it. And, you know, Miles Morales, I see people saying that, you know, it's there and it's sold really well. Yeah, Miles Morales has always sold well, but I mean, at this point in time, is it still selling that well? And also, this could be Sony's way of testing it, right? Miles Morales, if it's still selling copies, maybe Sony's going to put it into the service and see if it negatively affects sales over the next couple of months for Miles Morales. You know, like, are people no longer buying Miles Morales with PS5s, or are they? I think Sony's just going to do a lot of experimentation. I do. I think we're going to see a moment in time where Sony just drops a game like way sooner into PlayStation Plus Extra than we were expecting. And people are going to be like, oh man, that's awesome. But if it does damage to the sales of their next game, potentially, they might never do that again. I just think that it's a matter of experimentation. I mean, what we know for sure right now, and I think this is an important thing we have to focus on when it comes to PlayStation and their business model, is their business model is not day and date games. Their business model is not about a service. You know what? Put the whole day and date games aside. It's not happening. We need to stop talking about that, because Sony couldn't make it any clearer that they're not doing day and date. You know, and I feel like we still there's still so many conversations that go on about it, and I understand why, but that's not happening. I'm telling you now, guys, like, Sony, this service, PlayStation Plus Extra and PlayStation Plus Premium, this is not their future, at least in their minds. In their business model right now, this is not their future. This is just part of their ecosystem. And it's just a way to get some more revenue and to keep people engaged. Sony's future is single-player games that sell millions of copies, AAA single-player games, and successful live service games. That's PlayStation's future. Now, you know, if somebody were to say, well, is that better? Is that good? Is that preferable? Well, that's for you to determine. I mean, honestly, I think that Sony is going to find more success pursuing this balance of single-player AAA games and live service games than they ever would trying to mimic a Game Pass-like model. I mean, we need to... Something else we also need to do is we need to stop talking about PlayStation as if they can do what Microsoft does. They cannot do what Microsoft does. That's true, Waved Max. That's true. Jim Ryan did say nothing is purely set, concretely set in stone. He did say that just for the short term, this is what they're banking on. But see, that's where Jim Ryan, I think he's just saying the obvious, right? Like, he's just simply saying, and this is one thing I do appreciate about Jim Ryan when he talks, is he always makes it known that, like, he doesn't know what the future is. Sony doesn't know. No one knows. but they just kind of have to go with what they think is right and what they think is best, and we'll find out. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll just find out if Sony is betting on the right horse or not. But I can assure you that when Jim Ryan and when Sony looks at the Xbox Game Pass model and they do their own calculations and they're like, wait, what? They're losing this much money? It simply becomes a matter of, we're not even going to attempt to compete with that because we can't. We are not Microsoft. We cannot afford these losses like Microsoft can. We cannot operate in the red like that. And Microsoft can. And this is why I just think, like, if you need any understanding, or you want to have a better understanding of why Sony does what they do and why they're doing things differently, it's simply because Sony is not about just being reactionary. Sony is not about just feeling like they're on their, back foot, and or they're on their heels here and they gotta suddenly. No, they want to be nimble. They want to be able to pivot. They want to be able to navigate in different directions when they have to. But in general, Sony understands that they are in a position of, power is not necessarily the right word, but they are in a good position where they are the leader and they are number one. But they're not arrogant. Like, they know that they could lose that. They know that all it takes is a couple bad moves and suddenly you're down that slippery slope and you're in last place. Like, we've seen it happen time and time again with every company, with every corporation. This is just how these things work. And the fact that Sony is aware of that, I think that's what's going to save them. Like, Sony is in this, they have this good balance where they are, I see somebody saying they are very much reactionary. Well, here's the balance I'm speaking of. Sony is aware that there will be times where they have to react, where they have to change things, where they have to do things differently, right? Like, for example, would PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium exist if Game Pass was never created? Probably not. I mean, we don't know that for sure, but I think we all can at least agree that Game Pass has had a significant influence on Sony's decision to create this revamped service, right? And so Sony does have to react at certain moments to certain things. They do have to be ready to pivot, but at the same time, they have this sense of confidence in their approach and what they're doing, what they've been doing, how they operate, where they're not going to just let that be shaken and rattled and broken into pieces just because that's what the media and that's what the internet is saying. Just because Microsoft can afford to do certain things that they can't, and maybe that creates a negative look on Sony, that doesn't mean Sony's just going to be like, well, you know what? Forget it. We're just going to put our games onto PlayStation Plus Extra day and date so we can look better, so we can have a good, pro-consumer reputation. Yeah, no, that's not how these things work. and I think that people just need to kind of stop thinking about it that way, because the more you think of it that way, the more what Sony's doing probably won't make sense, to some people. So, Magnum Visuals, I know that was a really long, kind of winded response, very long-winded, but I guess I'm just trying to say that Sony and Microsoft, they are conditioning their audiences and their consumers in different ways. And I think the way that Sony has conditioned us and the PlayStation consumer, the PlayStation fan base, and how they will continue to condition us is we should always expect to buy our games when they launch. Like when these games launch, we should always anticipate we're going to have to buy them to play them. But I think Sony is also kind of injecting a little bit of, but we are doing things differently. Maybe at some point we will put some of these games on PC. Maybe at some point these games will make their way to PlayStation Plus Extra. And I just think that, as I said, the most important thing Sony wants to do is not make it predictable. And I think as long as Sony can kind of have this unpredictability about when they might do things, That's going to keep people, the audience, the consumer on the hook, so to speak. I don't mean to phrase it that way, but for lack of a better term, to be like, yeah, like, look, I'm not going to hold off on buying God of War Ragnarok because I'm thinking, well, it'll probably be on PlayStation Plus Extra in a year, so I'm just going to hold off. Yeah, no, I'm not taking that chance. I mean, also, I'm not, Sony could tell me that game is going to launch into PlayStation Extra 6 months. I don't care. I'm buying that game and I'm playing it day one. But, for the people that are kind of thinking maybe I can wait it out, maybe I can. No, I don't think you're going to be able to predict that. And I think that people are going to find out the hard way. I think they're going to find out the hard way that Sony and Microsoft are doing things very differently. Microsoft is all about promises. Microsoft is all about promising something and guaranteeing something, that being, you subscribe to Game Pass, you get great value through day and date games. Boom. That's what we're guaranteeing you. The problem with that obviously being like, at this point in time, people don't know when to expect those games, but that's the point, right? They can guarantee that. Sony's not guaranteeing anything except, look, we're going to put some games in there that you may or may not be interested in, but either way, it's a lot of great games. And that's the whole thing I want to say here. I do want to say, when we talk, naturally with Sony coming out and talking about PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium in the lineups, there's going to be comparisons made. And I think that's totally fair. And just to simply say that, well, one is better than the other, I don't think it's that simple anymore. I think you have to really kind of evaluate the pros and the cons of what each is offering. But what I can tell you right now is that when I look at that list for PlayStation Plus Extra, like, I don't think Premium sounds very worth it. I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not sold on PlayStation Plus Premium at all. I know that for some people, the classic games and the trials and whatnot, but the more I kind of evaluate it, I'm like, I don't think, if I were to upgrade, I don't think that's the tier for me. If I were to upgrade, which as of right now, I'm not, there's no reason for me to, I think PlayStation Plus Extra is really the one that's looking good, man, because, yeah, it is because I have all those games. I'm like, oh my God, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut is on there. That's crazy. And then I'm like thinking to myself, well, I already bought that game physically and I put 131 hours into it and platinumed it. So I think I'm good on that one. But that's the point, man, is that anybody who hasn't played these games, like, if you buy a PS5, right, and you look at the PlayStation Plus Extra list and you think, well, there's Demon's Souls, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, Returnal, Miles Morales. Damn, dude. That is insane value. And I say that as somebody who bought all of those games full price and played them. And the amount of content that's on offer, that is very, very good. And what? That's going to be for $100 a year, $15 a month, something along those lines. I have to look at the pricing again. I think it's $100 a year for PlayStation Plus Extra, right? I mean, I see somebody saying $70 is a price for early access. Well, that's the thing, man. Is like, I know that people are gonna be like, oh, Sony's just playing you or whatever. I don't, dude. As somebody who bought those games full price, I have physical copies of those games and I platinumed all those games. Yeah, no, that's not at all how I'm viewing it. You see what I'm saying? It's. I can understand if you're somebody where it's like you don't want to pay that money. You don't want to pay that money for those games. I can understand why you would maybe be more willing to wait now and just wait and see if they end up coming to the service. But that's not how I operate. And this is why I know, like, what Sony's doing for PlayStation Plus Extra and what they're doing for Premium is, just to put it as simply as I can, it's not for me. It's just not. But that doesn't mean I don't see the value in it, and it's just like I always kind of talked about Game Pass, where it's like I always had a fear with Game Pass and how it would impact overall game development. But at this moment in time, that conversation has mainly shifted to, what, for anybody who thinks Game Pass is a great value for them and that's how they want a game, more power to you, It's your money, spend it where you like and enjoy what you enjoy. It's just not for me. Game Pass is just not for me. And honestly, I feel the exact same way about Sony's service, because I'm like, wow, like, That's crazy. Demon Souls, Ghost of Tsushima. I'm still going to be buying these games day one when they drop. You know what I mean? Like, it's just how it is for me. That's how I prefer to game. And so I just have to encourage people with PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium to do the exact same thing, is go for whatever you think is best for you. Like if you would rather just subscribe to this service and wait to see if Sony drops some of these games on there over time so you don't have to pay for them for full price, go for it. That's why Sony's offering this service, right? That's why Sony's putting some of these games there. But, you know, I just think that it's also totally okay if you're like me and you're just like, you know what? I want to pay $70 for a physical copy of God of War, and that's just how it's going to be, you know? Different strokes for different folks, right? Man, I have like this one mustache hair that is like curling up and like poking my nose, and you guys probably see me constantly itching this part of my face. It's driving me nuts. Like, because I'm talking, it's basically tickling my nose, and it's driving me insane. And I'm like trying to make it not look like I'm picking my nose on stream or something, but it's really starting to get to me here, guys. And then, you know, obviously there's going to be jokes about cocaine and whatnot here, with that being said, but it's not even a nose hair, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's a mustache hair that's a small one that's curling up, and as I'm talking, it's just poking my nose. Cut the stash. I don't know, man. I don't like going clean shaven. My wife doesn't like it either, so you know what's crazy? I did trim it today. I trimmed all my facial hair today, and I thought that I did it for that reason. I'm like, I'm going to avoid this problem. It's like, apparently I didn't do a good enough job. All right, let me see here. Michael Wozniak, you're saying, pretty sure Sony owns the rights to Spider-Man. Yeah, that's why I find this a little bit strange. Like, I'm not sure where this report of Spider-Man, like Microsoft rejected Spider-Man exclusivity. I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on there. Darkborn, you're saying what's more interesting is they put most of their bangers on PlayStation Plus. They got to show some new games at this point from first party. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to explain, Darkborn, is that, like, you know, you're saying they put most of their bangers. They have. Yeah, I mean, like, see, I just had the realization, too, this idea that there's a year cutoff. That's not true. Sony didn't put Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart into PlayStation Plus Extra because that game is going to continue to sell, or it must still be selling well. Because Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut came out after Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, if memory serves. I'm pretty sure that came out in July of 2021. So that would mean, that would mean that Ghost of Tsushima is being put onto this service, Director's Cut specifically, less than 1 year after coming out. So again, it adds to the unpredictable nature of the way Sony is going to operate with this. And I think Sony's going to just not make it obvious. Yeah, Death Stranding Director's Cut as well. I forgot about that being on there too. Totally forgot to mention that. See, this is what I mean. Like, PlayStation Plus Extra, that if you pick up a PS5, I mean, I know people, again, I know the conversation for a long time has been the value of Game Pass is just, it's undeniable. Like, people have always said, if you buy an Xbox console, you have to sign up to Game Pass. You would be insane not to. I feel like if you buy a PS5, the same can be said for PlayStation Plus Extra. Maybe not necessarily premium, but PlayStation Plus Extra, if you buy a PS5 and you sign up for that, all those games, Death Stranding, Ghost of Tsushima, Demon Souls Remake, Miles Morales, Returnal, that's insane to me. That is insane value. So, you know, at this point in time, I think that Sony truly, I know some people are not going to want to hear this. You're saying stop dodging premium. I'm not trying to make premium sound like it's bad. I'm just saying that I think for the average gamer who doesn't care too much about like the older classic games, because let's face the reality here, guys. Most people don't really care about these classic games. They just don't. It doesn't mean there isn't a group of people who aren't very passionate about it. There absolutely is, but the reality is most people aren't trying to play these older classic games. And so I just kind of think it's crazy that, I don't know, man, you pay $15 and I don't know. I don't know. I guess Sony is really trying to very seriously alter. I want to say this. Let me back up here a little bit. With Sony releasing the list for PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, what it has revealed to me is that this is Sony's first true attempt at changing the conversation and changing the narrative around Xbox Game Pass. Because for the longest time, and you guys know this, for years, the conversation has been completely one-sided simply because Sony made it that way. And also a lot of PlayStation fans, myself included, where it's like, yeah, we're not really about services. We're more about buying games the traditional model, and it's clear that that's not going anywhere, obviously. But this is interesting to me because Sony really this is their first true hit at Xbox Game Pass, and I think it's a successful one. I think Sony landed a pretty significant blow to Game Pass here, and the timing, frankly, couldn't be any more perfect, right? Where I don't think Sony anticipated that Microsoft was going to delay the two big AAA games that were supposed to launch into Game Pass. But I think they delivered a great blow to it, where now, for the first time ever, honestly, when people talk about, the undeniable value of Game Pass, I feel like now PlayStation is part of that conversation, where now people are going to be able to come out and say, well, let me talk to you about the value of PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium if you're interested in classic games. Now, again, this is not a conversation that I necessarily am excited about, because it's just, again, it's not for me, but I totally get that this was a good move by Sony, mainly because this was the area where Microsoft was hurting them the most. You want to talk about competition? This was the one area where Microsoft had not just a leg up on Sony, but they just blew Sony away because Sony wasn't doing anything. And Sony finally came out and they're like, hey, we're not necessarily identical to Game Pass, but we have our own value. You're saying, MBG, didn't you suggest that Sony wouldn't do this? Well, I'm sure there were moments in time, I'm not going to say, no, I didn't suggest that. I'm sure if you were to go back and listen to things I've said, there were probably many moments in time where I was like, Sony ain't going to do that. Sony's not going down this path. And to be fair, I don't think you could blame me, right? Because it's like when the PS5 was coming out, people were still talking about Game Pass. It's always Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass. And Sony's like, yeah, we're going to be charging $70 for our PS5 exclusives. So I don't think you can necessarily blame me for thinking, I guess Sony just doesn't care at all about doing services. And I'm cool with that because I don't really care either. These services are not for me. But now it's become clear that no, Sony does care, and they don't want Microsoft to be able to just dominate this area entirely. They want to be able to compete in it, but they're going to compete in their own way. And I find it interesting because, as I said, this is really the first time where now people are like, when they talk about Game Pass, well, maybe there's also something to be said for Sony's service, right? May not be the same. You're not getting day-and-date games, but the fact that Sony has managed to be able to carve out a piece of this conversation for themselves without having to put games day and date, that's very interesting, and I think that's very telling. All right, let me see here. It's Kobe, you're saying, hi, MBG. I am quite excited for the remake because I never played the first game. Thanks for the daily news. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Well, thank you so much, man. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday as well. I mean, that's the thing, man, is like, I know people always kind of rag on remakes, and they're like, I'm tired of remakes. I don't want any more remakes. Please stop with the remakes. But at the same time, I feel like remakes do kind of, they absolutely do. It's not that they absolutely play their role in preserving games to an extent, right? To some extent. And, I'm assuming you're talking about the Last of Us remake. And I mean, dude, considering this is going to be the first time we see what Naughty Dog can do with the PS5 hardware, I'm assuming that the Last of Us PS5 remake will be the first time we're going to see Naughty Dog flex that PS5 hardware. Oh man, I mean, it's tantalizing. It's hard not to get a little bit excited at. I know it's unnecessary, and I know that a lot of people are maybe thinking, "Oh, we just got this for PS4," but I'm also just kind of thinking to myself, how good do you think that game's going to look? How much more smooth do you think the gameplay is going to be? That's kind of what I'm thinking when I think about The Last of Us remake. And, for somebody like you, it's even better because you're saying you never played the first game. So at that point, it's going to be like an easy recommendation, assuming they don't change anything about the story or anything, because that would be a deal breaker for me. But yeah, I'm very interested to see what they do with this remake, mainly from a visual standpoint and just from an art. I don't know if they're going to like change the art style at all, but from a gameplay and visual standpoint, I really want to see what improvements they make. Magnum Visuals, you're saying they are banking on their games as a service games. Absolutely. Yeah. And I do think PlayStation Plus Extra and PlayStation Plus Premium will play a role in their games as a service. I think the majority of Sony's games as a service will be free to play, but I think Sony's going to continually offer some significant bonuses and benefits where if you subscribe to PlayStation Plus Extra or Premium, you will get some benefits in so-and-so game, like maybe The Last of Us Online or Twisted Metal or whatever else they're going to release. I could definitely see that. Kendall Fire 22, you're saying Xbox is loss leading and losing money on Xbox Game Pass. I think Sony will not. No day and date games in PlayStation Plus until there are enough subs for it to be profitable. Yeah, and that's the thing is we don't know exactly how many subscribers are needed for that to happen, but something tells me it's a lot. For Sony in particular, Sony would need hundreds of millions of subscribers continually for that to ever be profitable for them. Because again, like I try to explain to people, like people downplay the number of games that Sony sells at $60 and $70. Like people, I don't think they do it purposely. I just think that they don't really fully comprehend. Like, guys, you understand a game like God of War selling 10 million copies is insane. Or what? I think it was announced it sold like 20 million. I don't know why I'm saying 10, like 19.5 million copies over the course of like 4 years. That is insanity. Like people think that because, oh, well, there's only 110 million PS4s out there. That's not impressive. Like, guys, you need to understand, like, look at Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a completely multi-platform game that launched on everything. PS5, PS4, Xbox Series consoles, Xbox One, PC. It's available everywhere, right? That game sold 13.4 million copies, I think, in the first month and a half, 2 months, which is like, do you guys that is a colossal success for FromSoftware and for Bandai Namco. Like, Bandai Namco is literally inside of FromSoftware's office every day being like, so how about that Elden Ring sequel? How about that Elden Ring sequel? You making that Elden Ring sequel? Elden Ring 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? You're on it? Okay. Like, dude, that's what's going on right there, because you have a company like Capcom talking about the sales of Resident Evil Village. I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but they recently said that since launch, they've sold about like 7 million copies or something like that. And that's a huge number for them, man. Like, that's a huge success. So this is why I'm saying, like, people don't quite fully grasp, it seems, just how well Sony's games sell. Because what you also need to keep in mind is Sony's games sell this well on a single platform. A single platform. So this is why I kind of said earlier that anybody who thinks, or not thinks, but anybody who is maybe waiting, being like, oh, wait till they do day and date, you better believe when Sony says they're not doing day and date. Oh, they're not doing day and date. They're not. I just want you to put yourself in Sony's shoes, right? Like if that's you, if you're running Sony and you're looking at your sales data and you're like, so you're telling me we're selling like tens of millions of copies of our games at full price or close to full price? The only thing I'm telling you, that the biggest thing that Sony realized is that they can pick and choose. And that's just important to understand. Sony can take games like Demon's Souls Remake and maybe, something like Ghost of Tsushima, Death Stranding, and maybe even Miles Morales, because they've already sold, man. Like, these are not the games. These are not like the evergreen games, I guess you could say. And it's no offense to them. Maybe to an extent they are. I mean, a game like Miles Morales, I mean, of course, to an extent that's evergreen. But I just don't see it. I don't see Sony making the move where it's like, we're going to put God of War Ragnarok onto our service 1 year after it launches, even 2 years after it launches. Like, I feel like a game like God of War Ragnarok, like that's a game that's going to sell PS5 hardware throughout the entire generation. But more importantly, God of War Ragnarok is a game that could probably sell at full price for at least 2 to 3 years straight. You see what I mean? And so I think that when you take a game like God of War Ragnarok and you compare it to a game like, I don't know, I guess we could just say Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I mean, I feel like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart could probably sell at full price for like a year, maybe a year and a half, but then, they're going to have to start to slowly depreciate that price. I just feel like they're two different things. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I don't mean to keep bringing it back to that, but I just think it's interesting to see the conversations that happen sometimes where it's like you see people kind of talk about like, oh man, like Uncharted 4 only sold 16 million copies. Like what? Like only 16 million copies? What? Do you know what you're saying right now? But yeah, I'm the thing I'm, and I want to end this specific topic, although I still have a couple super chats to get to, but I just want to end this specific topic by saying this. The main thing I'm going to be paying attention to more than anything over the course of this generation is how well Sony's games sell. So I'm going to give you an example. Again, focusing on God of War Ragnarok. If Sony does not come out within the first week of God of War Ragnarok's launch and brag about how many units it sold, that's not going to be a good sign. It's not necessarily a bad sign, but what that will automatically tell you is that Sony may have hit not necessarily an upper limit, but it might not be till closer towards the end of the generation where Sony once again starts kind of breaking their own records. And I feel like if there was ever a game that could, surpass The Last of Us Part 2's record, because I think The Last of Us Part 2 is the number one sales record for Sony, where they sold if I'm not mistaken, I think Sony announced they sold 4 million copies of The Last of Us Part 2 in 3 days. I think that was the number. So, I mean, look, I feel like God of War Ragnarok should be able to break that record relatively easily, because now you're talking about 115 million PS4s and like 20, by the time it comes out, like 25 million PS5s. I mean, and this is a follow-up to like the biggest game of last generation. It would be a little bit, I think, concerning if we don't get any sales data. If Sony's not out here bragging about God of War Ragnarok within the first week of launch, we're going to want to pay attention to that. I do think that people talked about Horizon Forbidden West, or like how come Sony didn't brag about the sales there? Because I think it's pretty obvious it didn't, sir, it didn't break a record. It didn't. Horizon Forbidden West did not break a sales record. That doesn't mean it sold soft. That doesn't mean it sold poorly. Not at all. But it didn't break a record. And I know some people talk about, well, Sony only cares about this and only care about that. But when it comes to sales, the only time I think Sony's really going to brag about it at launch or around launch is when it's breaking some type of record. Sony still cares about flexing their franchises. Like, they'll come out spontaneously and be like, yo, Horizon Zero Dawn, 4 years later, 20 million copies. Big deal. God of War, 2018, 19.5 million copies 4 years later, right? It's a big deal. Or 3 years, however many years it was. And they'll keep doing that. But when it comes to like initial sales, I fully expect God of War to beat The Last of Us Part 2. And I would be surprised, genuinely, if it didn't. I would. Because God of War is huge, dude. I mean, am I supposed to believe that The Last of Us is a bigger franchise than God of War? I don't believe that. I have a hard time believing that. I don't know why. Maybe it's true, but sorry, I just bumped my mic. All right, let me see. Let me get to some of these super chats, guys. I don't mean to keep you waiting. Kipford, you're saying over 300 hours into Horizon Forbidden West, all armor and weapons upgraded. Man, that's a lot of time, dude. That's like double my time. I think I had about like 90 hours total into Horizon Forbidden West. I mean, the thing is, once I completed everything in Forbidden West, and once I got the platinum and I did all the story and side quests, I didn't really feel the need to keep playing the game. But I could definitely see how there are aspects to it that would keep people playing. I mean, upgrading all the armor and weapons, that would definitely take some time. Game Pass with a super chat saying Sony owns the movie rights. Sony owns movie rights only, not the game. Okay, that makes more sense. And that actually, yeah, that would explain it. Darkborn, you're saying, not sure if you saw, but a ton of influencers are supposedly dropping Game Pass hours after the FTC announcement and a week after Starfield delays. Well, dude, that's what I talked about last week, man. A lot of people got upset with me, and I got a lot of negative feedback where, you know, maybe it was the way I was presenting myself, but pretty much what I said was, I'm telling you that Microsoft announcing the delay of both Redfall and Starfield especially, that's going to cause people to unsubscribe from Game Pass. Maybe not permanently, but it's going to cause a drop, you know? And I'm sure Microsoft was ready for that and prepared for that. And so, you know, we'll see what Microsoft plans to do if they have any plans for trying to, you know, trying to bring those people back. But figuratively literal, you're saying, now I'm not a proponent of these services. I'm subscribed to none and live for physical and owned games. Though just an interesting observation, these services seem to be replacing rental stores. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, you guys know I'm not about the service model, but I am beginning as time goes on to see how they do play more of, they do have their place. Like, they do play a good role, I think. And that's why I know people are like, oh, well, of course you're going to say that now that Sony's doing it. It's not because Sony's doing it that I'm changing my tune. It's not. It's the way they're doing it. You know what I mean? Like, Sony is approaching it differently, very differently than the way Microsoft is. Microsoft just went all in day one. And to me, that just seemed like a big mistake where I'm like, is that really the right answer here? Is that really how we want to go about this? And Microsoft says, yes, like, this is the future. And I'm like, wow, I'm not sold on that yet. You know, like, I'm not saying it's bad for the consumer, but it really did from a game development standpoint. And also as somebody where, like, as you said, like, I'm also a proponent, or, yeah, I am a proponent of somebody, like, I like physical games. I like owning these games, but I just kind of thought, you know, I want to make it clear, I am still a little bit nervous about Sony doing what they're doing with PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium. Like, I don't want to see Sony go all in with this service. I don't. I want Sony. I want to see Sony stick to their guns and stick to their traditional business model. But if they can do a good balancing act where it's like, look, we have our service and we're going to do some stuff there, and that's fine, but it's not going to come at the expense of what we know you like and what we know that you come to us for. And that's all I'm looking for, and that's why that's why I'm reacting a little bit differently to what Sony's doing. Because I'll tell you right now, I would be very concerned if Sony came out with PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium and they were like, we're putting our games in day and date. I know people would be like, yes, God of War Ragnarok day and date, Spider-Man 2 day and date. I would just be sitting there thinking, this is the beginning of the end of the quality that we've come to know and expect and demand from Sony. That's exactly what I would be thinking. So, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But I do agree that they do seem to be kind of replacing what rental stores used to be, especially with PlayStation doing trials to an extent. So, excuse me. All right, let's keep this going here. We have Cobra Clutch 3573. You're saying, I'll always have love for the classic games, but I want Sony to concentrate on PS5 games. All the services should be aimed at that. Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to Sony's classic games offering, I don't think that it's really that appealing to most people. I think at this point in time, most people who are interested in the premium tier and who are interested in classics, they want to see like what else is going to be added and how this is going to grow. So I totally get where you're coming from. I do want to see Sony continue to focus mainly on the new stuff. That's what matters most to me. Let me see. Jerome Montgomery, you're saying, MBG, if God of War don't show up at the next event, signs of a delay. Oh, absolutely. If we don't see God of War in the next 6 to 8 weeks, it's delayed. Like that's just a fact. All right. I think that I think we can all agree with that, right? Like if God of War Ragnarok does not show up in the next 6 to 8 weeks, it's not coming out this year. Unless Sony decides, hey, we're gonna announce the release date of God of War Ragnarok in August and just give ourselves like 2 months to market this game. You can't agree with that? Well, okay, maybe 6 to 8 weeks was a little too soon, but basically, if we don't hear anything about God of War Ragnarok by August, then I don't know how anybody could still believe that it's coming out in 2022. But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Believe me when I tell you. God of War Ragnarok is coming out in 2022. I would be in a whole new level of shock if it somehow didn't come out this year. But it's coming out this year. All right, trust me, it's coming out this year. Probably because I'm saying this so confidently. Somebody at Sony right now is like, MBG said it's coming out this year. We are now delaying it to 2023. I'll die on that hill. I will die on that hill. When I say that God of War is coming out this year, I'll die on that hill. All right. So, sorry guys. It's a damn post-nasal drip. It's getting me. Josh Z, you're saying, as somebody who subscribes to the NSO expansion pack, I can say that the PlayStation Plus premium tier seems likely to be updated monthly and be worth it in time. I think Sony is trying to do a hybrid of Game Pass and NSO. Yeah, and that's kind of how I see it too. Like I said, man, to me it does seem like Sony is picking and choosing and trying to do more of a hybrid thing, not necessarily copy anything else that's currently out there or available, but just maybe, take a couple things from this. We'll utilize that. Maybe we'll keep that other aspect of it out, and then maybe a little something over here. We'll put that in there too. And I think it's going to work out well for Sony. I do. I only see this being a good thing for PlayStation and even for PlayStation owners and fans as of right now, based off the way Sony's handling it. And we'll see what changes, if anything. Planet Schlorpian says, MBG, what do you think the possibility of Hogwarts outselling Elden Ring is? I mean, that would be tough, dude. I mean, Elden Ring is such a huge sales success. I feel like I do feel like Hogwarts Legacy could sell really, really well. But I don't know that I'm sold on this idea that it could match Elden Ring sales. Elden Ring just exploded, man. And I know Harry Potter is a bigger brand, but there's something to be said for, I don't know. I just, Elden Ring has somehow, it just had this type of anticipation behind it that, I'm just going to be honest. It's the level of anticipation that was there for Elden Ring is not there for Hogwarts Legacy. And that's saying something because there's a lot of anticipation around Hogwarts Legacy. You see what I'm saying? Like, Hogwarts Legacy is a huge game that people are super hyped for, but I'm telling you, like, hype levels don't determine the success of a game. Right? Like, if you look at Cyberpunk 2077, for example, they came out and they kind of, even though the game was absolutely a disaster at launch, they still sold like 13 million copies in like, was it 13 million? I think it was something crazy like that for like in the first week or something. But then we found out over time that like, and then it just died. Like the hype sold the game, but the reputation and the disastrous launch stopped it from selling anything beyond that. Elden Ring is the opposite, where the hype sold the game, and then the game somehow ended up actually surpassing people's expectations, and now it's just riding this wave. Hogwarts Legacy, the hype is going to sell that game. The big question is, will the gameplay and will the general public reaction when it launches carry that game in the long run? We'll see. So I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance that it could outsell Elden Ring, but I just think that at the rate at which Elden Ring is selling right now, like, I'm pretty sure it's still full price. Yeah, it's at like 13 and a half. At this point, it's probably like at 15 plus million. I think Elden Ring is going to be a 20 million seller, possibly by maybe not the end of the year, but sometime next year. And I'll tell you right now, man, very few games sell that amount of copies. And I don't know, we'll see. It's hard to determine that. But what I can say for sure is both games are going to sell really well. Elden Ring has sold well, and Hogwarts Legacy is absolutely going to sell really well on top of that. So, let me see. Kevin Reavers, you're saying, bigger question, how are they rolling out these games since outside of Forspoken, there's no release dates? Well, here's what I think's going to happen, Kevin. All right. And I don't want to go back to the PlayStation June event, but I'll just mention it here again briefly. Here's exactly what I think's going to happen. I think Sony's going to have a PlayStation event where for the first half of that event, they're going to be focusing on games that are releasing between June of 2022 and January 1st, 2023. I think that the first half of Sony's show is going to focus on that. They're going to show God of War. They're going to give a release date for God of War. They're going to show The Last of Us PS5 remake. And people are going to be like, oh my God, that looks amazing. I didn't ask for this. I didn't even think I wanted this, but that looks really good. And then they're going to shock everybody by being like, oh, and by the way, it's out in the next 4 months, right? It's releasing in 4 months. So they're going to have that. They're going to show Final Fantasy 16. Now, there's a rumor. I'm probably going to cover this in a separate video. I don't know if you guys saw this, but there's a rumor coming from Special Nick from his Xbox Era podcast that Forspoken might be delayed in order to make room for Final Fantasy 16. Now, this is extremely believable to me because everything we've been hearing about Final Fantasy 16 is that it's pretty much in the final stages. Like, it's almost done. And I will tell you this. Something my source did tell me. Now, again, I don't feel like you need to be an insider to be told this. Like, I feel like I could, a random person could tell me this. I'd be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But they did mention a game they mentioned Final Fantasy, and they talked about how Sony views a franchise like Final Fantasy a little bit different, where they don't really care when it launches because they know that that's a game that's going to sell consoles throughout the entirety of the generation. To where it's not, a lot of other games are not going to be able to kind of hold that type of weight. But that's what I was told. And again, like, I didn't really poke too much, but I'm like, okay, like, are you trying to tell me that Final Fantasy 16 is coming? Well, look, I already kind of have been talking about how, listen to the way they're talking about Final Fantasy 16. Listen, I mean, the producer got yelled at. The producer got yelled at for revealing too much about the game, where he's like, oh yeah, we have a new trailer ready to go and everything else, and it's almost done. And they're like, bro, we're trying to save that for the event. But the idea that Forspoken would get delayed and then Final Fantasy 16 would take its place, I think that would be ideal. Nothing against Forspoken, but it's a big new IP, and I think both Sony and especially Square Enix, they need that game to like really hit the mark. And I think if they can get more time to really just kind of make the changes that they need to make to that game to get it to the ideal position. You're saying MBG because it's the 35th anniversary. Yeah, I know. But I think that, I don't know, I do think this actually makes a lot of sense to me. It's just one of these things where I'm beginning to think that Sony may have an absolutely stacked second half of 2022, which is crazy to think because Sony's already had a great year. Like, I mean, they have just been incredibly consistent. And I always kind of said to people, I'm like, I don't really buy this notion that Sony's just going to have God of War Ragnarok and Forspoken. Like, I just always kind of got this feeling like, even though that is really good, like God of War alone is colossal. But I just kind of got this feeling where I'm like, I'm pretty sure they got more, like, locked and loaded, ready to shoot, like now, like in the next, 3 to 6 months. I do. So I think the first half of Sony's event is going to focus on, this is what you're getting for the remainder of the year. And I think it's going to be awesome because it's going to be more than people were expecting. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be more than people were expecting. And I think that the moment Sony gives a release date, God of War, November 11th, 2022, the moment they give a 2022 release date, the crowd goes wild. That's really all Sony has to do, but I think they're going to do more than that, and I think people are going to be like, again, I think so. People are going to go into a Sony event hoping that Sony meets their expectations, and I think Sony's going to surpass people's expectations. And then I think the second half of the event is going to focus on 2023. Now, I don't know that we're going to see games revealed that, like, this game is targeting holiday 2023 or late 2023. I don't necessarily know that that's what Sony's going for, but I think they just want to set up like, okay, so you know what to expect for the remainder of 2022. Let's show you some of the things you can expect in 2023. And that may come in the form of, hey, here's another Spider-Man trailer, or, here's some more info on KOTOR remake. If not that, guys, again, like, Guerrilla Games, this is just one of many games. Guerrilla Games has a second AAA game that is rumored to be a shooter of some kind It's been in development for over 4 years. The game is practically ready to launch. You know, I just, these are the things that Sony is sitting on, where it's like, when are they going to show that? You know, when are they going to talk about that? I just think that there are some surprises in store, absolutely. And I think one of the surprises that Sony's going to come out with is that, oh yeah, no, we're not just going to sit here and wait for the chip shortage to be over. We're not just going to sit here and you know, worry about the competition. We're going to come out here and we're going to show PlayStation fans what they want to see, you know, and that's what I'm expecting. Yeah, maybe we'll get our first look at Haven Studios game. There's so many. What about Bluepoint? What about Sucker Punch? I'm telling you guys, like Sony, they can go as big as they want. Let me see. Magnum Visuals, you're saying a lot of people that played Elden Ring are now talking about playing Demon Souls Remake. Why would Sony put Demon Souls on PlayStation Plus? That's the thing, man, is like, that's the one game that Sony put on PlayStation Plus that I'm like, I was positive they were going to put that on PC first. Right? Like, I was positive they were going to put that on PC first, but they decided not to. Do you guys remember when Demon Souls Remake was first revealed? Everybody was losing their minds because Sony, or whoever put the trailer together for Sony, they accidentally put at the end, it says like releasing on PS5 and PC. And at that point, everybody was saying like, this game's definitely launching on PC. Definitely launching on PC. And Sony like came out and were like, no, it was a mistake. And nobody believed them. And even I kind of thought, well, maybe it'll launch on PC in like 6 months or a year. And it never did. It just never came to PC. And I'm just surprised. I will admit, that is a bit surprising. I mean, you would think that Sony would want to capitalize on the Elden Ring hype train by getting some sales of their own. But maybe, dude, I mean, maybe it's not really translating that well. I mean, you have to understand that just because you see certain people talking about things on the internet, we have to understand that the internet, whether that be Twitter, comment sections, me, anybody else, these are just small little segments, small little, you know, places that are not indicative of the bigger picture and reality. And the truth is, people might not be buying Demon Souls, you know, at least not anywhere near to what the internet or these conversations would have you think. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Also, wait, another game that I could see being revealed at this event. I mean, we didn't even talk about Silent Hill, but Bloodborne remake. Why not? Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater remake. Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater remake. Apparently, that's a game that's in development. Not necessarily by a PlayStation studio. In fact, it's by an unknown studio. It's apparently a quality studio, but they're called Virtuous. I mean, does that not seem like the type of game that should be revealed at a PlayStation showcase? Does that not seem like the type of game that should have marketing with Sony? Yeah, Ben Studio. Ben Studio's working on a new IP. I think it's a little bit too soon to see anything from Ben Studio. You know, when we talk about Bloodborne, I see a lot of people kind of like, no, I don't know that complain is the right word, because I don't think it's a complaint, but like a lot of people are like, Bloodborne just needs a 60 FPS patch. Bloodborne just needs, you know, like this or that. Like guys, you need to understand, like, that's not the way Sony's thinking right now. And I just want people to understand that the next time you see Bloodborne, whenever that may be, Sony's going to, they're going to squeeze everyone for as much money as they can. And I don't mean that, like, and I guess this is like kind of the negative side to an extent, but you can't really blame Sony. Like, you think Sony isn't aware at just the demand for Bloodborne at this point? And I just think it's crazy that anybody thinks that Sony's just going to one day come out and be like, here you go, guys. Here's a 60 FPS patch for Bloodborne. Like, no. No. Clearly, you guys have not been paying attention to PlayStation. Bloodborne Remake, but here's the thing, though. Here's the upside to it. You ready? Sony knows that you can't just do the bare minimum for Bloodborne. Like, just give it a little bump in resolution and, just give it a 60 FPS, whatever. And that's it. And they're not going to be able to sell that for $70. Like, they're going to have to do a lot more. Now, I'm only speaking for myself here. And I know that there are going to be people who don't agree with this. You're saying I think they could do it like The Last of Us 2 MBG, a free 60 FPS patch along with a paid upgrade with better quality. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it also has to do with like time and resources as well. Like maybe Sony at this point, like maybe in order for a remake of Bloodborne to really hit hard, they realize they kind of need to just leave Bloodborne the way it is. Because let's be honest, like Bloodborne does not play very well at all. You know, like Bloodborne is not a well-playing game. It has like frame pacing issues in the whole 9 yards. And I just feel like in a way that may actually work in Sony's favor to help justify, like, check out this remake. I'm just going to be honest with you guys, man. Like, you can't listen to what people are saying because there are going to be a lot of people who say, well, I don't want this and I want that. And I'm not going to buy a Bloodborne remake and I don't, they should just do this and that. But in reality, I'm going to tell you exactly how it's going to play out. I see a lot of people saying that Bloodborne plays amazing. I mean, yeah, like the game itself, it's awesome to play. I just mean like from a performance standpoint, I think everybody kind of has an issue with like it could have been a little bit better, but it was it was an early PS4 game. But what I'm trying to say is this is the reality of what's going to happen. And if you don't believe me, just watch it play out in real time. If a Bloodborne trailer drops at an upcoming Sony event, it's over. It's over. It does not matter. It does not matter what anybody thinks. The internet's going to implode. Sony could come out and be like, Bloodborne remake by Bluepoint Games, $70. It's over. That game easily, couple million sold, just like that. Probably more than that, especially after Elden Ring. Absolutely. That's just what's going to happen, man. And that trailer, when it hits PlayStation's YouTube channel, is going to get millions of views, hundreds of thousands of likes, and anybody who's sitting there saying it should get a free 60 FPS patch, no, that person, you're not going to see that person because they're being drowned out by everybody else who's pumped for that remake. And I just feel like I have to say this stuff because it's like there's nothing wrong with wanting Sony to be like what you would consider more pro-consumer, like just give me a patch for the game. Like, yeah, and that would be great. That would be great. That would be nice of Sony to do, but Sony's a business and they're looking to capitalize on, on what makes the most sense to capitalize on. And look, and I'm going to be real with you guys right now. Sony could announce tomorrow that they're going to release a 60 FPS patch for Bloodborne, and that would be awesome. That would also generate a ton of hype, but I would definitely prefer a remake or a full-blown remaster. I feel like it's hard to determine, like remake, remaster, but I'm talking like I would prefer like a Bluepoint level, Demon Souls remake level remake for Bloodborne. And that's just how it is, man. Like I want to see those visuals pushed to the limit. I want to see the ray tracing. I want to see the 60 FPS. I want to see everything. I want to see everything pushed to the max. I want to see like the audio improved, everything that Bluepoint did to a game like Demon Souls. I want to see that done to a game like Bloodborne. And I would absolutely, without any hesitation, pay for that. Absolutely. And, this is where I understand that there are probably quite a few people who'd be like, that's not what I want at all. I just want 60 FPS. Leave the game as it is. And I totally get that. And just to be clear, I'm not because I see somebody saying the audio was incredible. No, it was very good. I'm just saying like enhance it a little bit. You know, I'm not saying change it, but again, it's like if you look at some of the changes that were made to Demon Souls remake, the audio was one area where it's like, oh wow, like the original already sounded pretty good, but this is next level. You know. All right, let me see here. I got a couple of super chats. Okay, Kapapa, thank you for the super chat. You're saying wait for it. Rashdom V2, you're saying it's Square Enix we're talking about. It's mid 2022 at best. Rashdom V2, you said typo, mid 2023 at best. Huge fan of Final Fantasy / Kingdom Hearts, but I know Square Enix announces stuff way ahead of time. Yeah, that is true, but I do want to make it known that you have to understand, like, the Final Fantasy 16, this is a game that it's going to be a PS5 exclusive, and I'm not saying that Sony has control over the development pipeline of it, but I don't know. I have to imagine that Sony is not going to allow Square Enix to just take their good old time. Like, I don't know. It's clear that Square Enix has some issues with managing studios. Sony obviously doesn't have that problem. So I'm just saying, like, this is probably a scenario because of that deal that's in place with the exclusivity where Sony is maybe pushing them a little bit harder. Like, so how about that Final Fantasy 16 Square? And they're like, we're right on that. Yeah, we're right on that right now. But I totally understand why you're saying for you it might not, when it comes to Square Enix, you can't assume that they're going to come out with something sooner rather than later. It's always better to assume it's going to be later. And I'm not encouraging anybody to expect Final Fantasy 16 at the end of this year. I'm not anticipating that, especially if we're getting The Last of Us remake. I mean, that's just too much. That's too much. So, John O, you're saying, would you in the chat be interested in a PlayStation clone of Smash Bros? Never understood why they don't do it, being that they own Evo. I mean, I don't know if that's something I'd be too interested in. I'd probably give it a shot, but yeah, I will admit the fact that Sony does own Evo, you would think that trying to do like a proper PlayStation All-Stars 2 would be the way to go about it, right? Like that would be the better way. But we'll have to see. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Demon Souls Remake is not on PC because the loading speeds are not there yet, just like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and that is a mechanic that is leveraged. That's a very good point from a technical aspect of the game that I did not consider. Oh yeah, there is Street Fighter 6 as well. True. That's something that Sony's probably going to have marketing rights to. But yeah, I mean, maybe that is why they're waiting. Maybe Sony's long-term play is they will eventually put games like Demon Souls Remake, because that's true. When you die in Demon Souls, it's instantaneous. There's no load times. You're just back and you're ready to go again. And it's a game that really benefits from that. And Ratchet and Clank, we already know why that's not on PC. So it's a very good point, man. Something I didn't even think of. All right, let me see here what we have. Still quite a few different topics to talk about. So let's talk about really quick. I don't know how much I'm going to have to say about this, but I wanted to be sure to talk about this topic because I do think it's pretty relevant. And it's being reported on. KD, you're saying, what's good, MBG? When are you starting a Discord? I don't have any plans right now, man. I tell you guys, if I do ever start a Discord, you guys who are, here with my podcast every week, you will be the first to know about it. But what I want to talk about right now is EA is looking to sell or looking to merge. So this is reading a report from Push Square where they say, how do you like your industry consolidation? We are not convinced it's in the best interest of gamers for a handful of conglomerates to own every major developer and publisher, but that's the path we are quickly hurtling down, and it looks like even EA is on the market. A report by Puck claims the juggernaut recently pursued a merger with NBC Universal, but has also held discussions with Amazon, Apple, and Disney. While all of these talks eventually broke down, the Madden and FIFA maker has not given up. According to several sources familiar with the matter, EA has been emboldened by Microsoft's buyout of Activision and I'll just wait for this guy to drive by. And is persistent in pursuing a sale. However, some claim that the firm would prefer a merger, with current bigwig Andrew Wilson eager to remain as CEO of a hypothetical combined company. Apparently, this came close to occurring with the aforementioned NBC Universal conversations. Puck reports that Comcast CEO Brian Roberts was looking to spin off the entertainment conglomerate into a new business with EA, which would see Wilson occupy the top seat. Negotiations broke down due to price, but it sounds like the publisher has not given up on the idea at all. So don't be surprised if some kind of acquisition or merger is announced at some point down the line. It says here, they didn't list how much EA is worth, but I know that they're like very much up there. Like they're worth possibly the most. All right. You see, this is where I kind of begin to reach a breaking point with the acquisition talk. At this point, I'm just kind of getting annoyed with it, right? Like, I'm just kind of over this idea where it's like, who's going to get bought by who? And I don't care to even hear about rumors anymore, because it's just like, I don't know, man. EA, there are games that I do look forward to from EA, like, Dead Space Remake, Skate 4. I'm trying to think if there's any others. The new Star Wars Jedi. What's it going to be? Jedi Survivor, I think it's going to be called. Like, there are definitely games from them that, I'm looking forward to, but this is just getting ridiculous at this point. Like, I don't know that my original take on this stuff was really the wrong take. And for those who are wondering, what I mean is, when all this conversation started, I kind of had this idea where I'm like, you know what? Maybe Sony just should not pay attention to all this shit that's going on and just, focus on what it is they do best. And I'll tell you right now, what Sony doesn't do best, and what I'm glad that this is not what they're best at, is they don't buy like big studios and big publishers. Like, Bungie was the biggest thing that Sony bought. And even then, the reason why they bought them was pretty clear, where it's like, yeah, we're not buying them for exclusives or anything. We're buying Bungie because we're trying to make games as a service, and they seem like they're pretty good at that, and we want to leverage that expertise. That's why they bought Bungie. And this is where it's like, you have to think of Sony's strategy when we think of this. And like, when it comes to the idea of like, oh, Disney buying EA, Apple buying EA, like, whatever, man. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't care about EA that way. I don't. If a publisher, not a publisher, but a large corporate entity buys EA and ruins them, I mean, EA is mostly already ruined. Like, EA, there's only a handful of things that I care about them. And it's like, I've just realized at this point in time, when it comes to this conversation about consolidation, that, wow, man, I'm glad that I invested into PlayStation the way I have, because I'm just becoming less and less and less interested in what other publishers are doing, because I'm just not into what they're doing. And it's hard for me to care so much anymore about the notion of PlayStation buying so-and-so or possibly acquiring so-and-so. Obviously, I have my wants, like I would like to see Sony acquire Konami IP and whatnot, so they could actually do something cool with them. But at this point in time, it's pretty clear that Microsoft absolutely opened the floodgates with the Activision Blizzard deal, and it's all just going to kind of, nothing is off the table. I've seen some people talk before about, well, what if Sony or PlayStation gets acquired? Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how that works. Like, I don't know that Sony could be acquired by anybody. I don't think that's how this works. I saw some people talking about like Apple acquiring Sony. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think that's ever going to, I don't even think that could be a reality. Right? But my whole thing is, you're saying Disney and Sony merger is the most likely scenario? Oh my God. Yeah, this is where, let me make it clear. What I want at this point in time, truly, and I mean this, man. I just want Sony, please just focus on your games. Just focus on your studios and anybody you buy. I'm not saying Sony hasn't been doing this. In fact, Sony has been doing this, but I just want to reinforce that I want to see them continue to do this regardless of what else happens in this industry. Who cares what Microsoft's doing? Who cares what these other entities are doing? You target studios that make sense for your brand, for your platform, and for your player base. And you keep doing that. You keep focusing on making the content that you think is going to be best. And that's all I care about, man. Like, I want to see, I don't want to see Sony, instead of creating a new IP, let's buy a current IP. I'm over that now. I used to talk about how like, oh, Sony should buy them, or Sony should buy this, or Sony, like, here's another good example. Sony possibly acquiring like WB Studios and getting some licenses. No. I'm done. I'm done with that. I don't want that. I just don't want it, because you know what? Instead of that, whatever money you're going to put into buying those studios and licensing that known IP, like, yeah, Batman's great, Hogwarts is great, the Lord of the Rings and whatnot. Yeah, but you know what, Sony, why don't you, like, let's make some new IP. Like, I'm sorry, but I look at IP and games like God of War, The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon. To me, these are all PlayStation created IP that I think is bigger and better than a lot of this other crap that we see. Like, I just don't. I mean, I like the licensed stuff too. Obviously, I do. Like, I like Spider-Man. And it would be crazy to see what Sony could do with an exclusive Batman game and give it the Spider-Man treatment. I do like this stuff, and I know that this is important to Sony. I know they're going to continue to pursue it, but I just feel like at the rate this stuff's going, man, I don't want to see Sony make some weird, questionable decisions that just ultimately it's like, I don't know. Just, I want Sony to just focus on what they're doing and what they can realistically do. Because I have seen some people talk before, maybe not now, but you're saying MBG, Sony needs to get somebody before it's gone. And that's the thing, man, is like, I don't think Sony is worried about Japanese publishers. I want to make that known. I don't think Sony has any worry about a Japanese publisher being acquired, because that's just like not a thing that happens. Like, you're not going to see Microsoft or Apple or Disney or somebody like that acquire Capcom. Like, that's not a thing. And people, you listen to like Japanese analysts and they'll tell you like, yeah, that's not a thing. That's just not what happens. And so I don't think Sony's worried about that. But when you talk about Sony, I mean, I just think about who we could lose, right? Who else is left to lose? Let's evaluate this, guys. Who else is left to lose that we really care about? Oh yeah, Tencent. Oh yeah, that's true. Tencent, Ken. Not a fan of them. Not a fan of them at all. But I guess at the very least, with Tencent, we don't want to see that happen. But if it were to happen, at the very least, we know that it'll still be multi-platform. NetEase. But that's the thing, dude, is like Sony can't be worried about that because Sony, they're not on that level, monetarily speaking. Like Sony's not a NetEase. Sony's not a Tencent. Sony is Sony. And we've talked before, like, I look at it like this at this point. I really do. Rather than Sony buying IP that we fear to one day lose, such as, oh no, what if we lose Monster Hunter? What if we lose Resident Evil? What if we lose Rainbow Six? What if we lose Assassin's Creed? Well, a lot of people already look at Ghost of Tsushima as the better version of Assassin's Creed. What's another Ubisoft game that people really like? I don't know. Is there any? What if we lose? I mean, EA would be Prince of Persia. EA would be one that I don't think Sony has to worry about. Yeah, Far Cry is a good one. Yeah, what if we lose Far Cry? But EA, whoever buys EA, they're going to be like they're going to stay multi-plat. You know what I mean? EA will always be multi-plat. Sports titles, the whole thing. I know you did not say you're okay with losing MG and RE4. I'm just saying, like, I think Sony's best course of action right now is to just continue, like I said, to do what they do best, which is buy studios that you consider diamonds in the rough, buy studios that make the most sense, buy studios that you can help grow and mold and shape. And I think that try to make your own, if possible. I know it's not always possible, but, you know, I talk about, oh man, I want to see Metal Gear come back, right? You guys know me, like, I want to see Metal Gear. But the reality is, I don't know that I would want a new Metal Gear. I know I don't. Yeah, I would not want a new Metal Gear if Kojima couldn't be involved. So Metal Gear is likely never coming back. Okay, at least, I mean, if it does, it'll come back in the form of like remakes and remasters, which is great. And apparently, if the rumor's true, Hideo Kojima is consulting on the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, which is great news. You know, that's great news. That's more than I could have hoped for if it's true. But here's the thing. When I hear about, oh, well, Sony Bend is making a AAA stealth action game set during the Cold War, I'm like, all right, there's my Metal Gear. There's my Splinter Cell. There's my Hitman, right? Like, there it is. That's the game. And so if that game ends up being a hit and a success, which I think it will, because I believe in Sony Bend, then suddenly Sony doesn't necessarily have to worry so much about losing some of these games. And I know I'm making it sound like Sony's just going to lose all of these games. They're really not. I mean, like I said, I think we are heading towards a more multi-platform future. I don't know. I just think that Sony's strategy at this point in time is obvious. I think that it's like Marty says, Sony's already expanding their studios. Each studio is doing multiple games. This is what Sony's doing, man. They're tripling and quadrupling down on their own output because they know what's happening in the industry right now. And the most important thing is Sony knows that, you know how we sell the most games on our platform and make the most money on our platform? If we're making the best games, right? If we're making the best games and we're selling those games on our platform, we're not relying on other studios. There's no middleman. And, you know, Sony obviously still relies very heavily on partnerships and whatnot, but, you know, like what need would Sony have to acquire Square Enix when Square Enix is so obviously willing to be like, we want to partner with you. We want to be part of PlayStation. Sony doesn't need to acquire them, you know? They could if they wanted, I think, but all right, let me see here. We have Mon004, you're saying acquisitions aren't the problem. It's the retained quality that concerns me. Acquisition talk is getting tired, but what happens to the game quality? I think you're right about that. Yeah. I think you're right about that, because that's what this all comes down to, man, is like when I think of these publishers, there really aren't that many games anymore that I find I'm like really excited about. I just, outside of what Sony's doing, and I don't mean that to like make it sound like other publishers and other developers, like there are always going to be games that are not coming from Sony that I'm excited about. But I just feel like as the years go on, that list begins to thin out more and more, where I don't know, like I feel like I feel like you do have to wonder, like when it comes to acquisitions, when it comes to who's going to buy who, is it good? Is it not? I mean, you look at the acquisition of that like Embracer Group made of Square Enix's studios and that IP, and I feel like that's a good example of like, yeah, okay, now there's some hope. Obviously, underneath Square Enix, these studios were not being utilized properly. They were not being managed properly. Neither was the IP. So hopefully that can change, but it can be the other way as well, you know? I don't mean to be so down and negative. I guess I can't help but be a little bit cynical over it anymore, because it's just like, okay, there we have it, guys. Here's the rumor of EA being acquired. Can't wait to hear about, you know, Take-Two Interactive. Oh, I saw apparently recently on the earnings call for Take-Two Interactive, you know, some of the investors were talking about, what about you guys getting acquired? And what was it? Strauss Zelnick, I think he's the CEO or whatever of Take-Two Interactive. And he says, well, we're always open to offers, but we would prefer to remain independent. I'm like, this is happening, man. Like, this is literally what's happening. Everybody wants to be sold. Everybody wants to be bought. And I just think it's crazy, because I'm telling you, man, Microsoft opened the damn floodgates with the Activision Blizzard deal, and I just don't think it's going to stop. And I don't think that necessarily ultimately translates to PlayStation losing more games, but I think that the idea of game quality, like, I don't know, would Take-Two Interactive being acquired by somebody else, would it be a bad thing? I don't know, because right now the only thing I seem to be seeing from like Rockstar, for example, is a crappy, and it's not actually Rockstar that made it, but like a crappy, you know, cash-in remake of the first 3 GTAs, or GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, and GTA Online being milked to oblivion. And it's like, I mean, I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. It's tough with this acquisition talk. Alex Mercer, the prototype, you're saying, for me, Konami IPs and Take-Two Interactive. Okay. And then Michael Stanbrook, you're saying, I'm over acquisitions. Sony just need to focus now. And Kevin, and I agree with that, Michael. I do agree with that. Kevin Reavers, you're saying, don't forget the metaverse / NFT hype pushing this too. Yeah, like what is going on with that crap, you know? I just worry sometimes about the direction that the gaming industry is going in, and I don't know. You know what? I'll say this, because this is the next topic we're going to talk about. Because to be honest, I don't really have much more to say about EA. I don't. I mean, look, they're trying to sell. Do you guys see that as a good thing or a bad thing? Is it dependent? It's probably dependent upon who ends up buying them. I'll tell you right now, though, Sony could never buy EA. Sony could never buy EA. And I wouldn't want Sony to buy EA either. Lancelot C, you're saying, I heard you mentioned on a channel called Game On Daily positively, and ever since, I really appreciate your side of the view of topics for my normal Xbox circle. Also feel better. Well, thank you, man. And I appreciate that, Lancelot. I'm glad. Like, that's the thing, is I know that I have a little bit of a reputation. I've garnered a little bit of a reputation, rightfully so. I've earned that reputation where I can be a little bit unhinged at times, you know, and I can get a little bit, I can become a little bit extra, a little bit ranty, but I'm trying more than ever before to just kind of focus on having a good conversation And I'm glad that you can appreciate that, man. And I appreciate your support. Appreciate everybody being here. And as I always say, I want to continue to grow this community. I think we have an awesome community here. And Marty, are you implying that Sony could buy EA? No. This is the better question. Would EA even be worth it? Look, dude, you think I want to see Sony own those sports games and whatnot? Oh my God. Makes me want to vomit. No, I do not. I want to see, like I said, man, PlayStation. You guys are going to totally get what I'm about to say right now. Okay. I'm going to say it in just a second. Marmaladov, you're saying, would you ever consider having a guest on the podcast? You and Mystic would be a dream collab for me. Greetings from Croatia. Well, what's up? Thank you for tuning in, man. I don't know. I'm not too focused on collaborations right now. I think Mystic's awesome. I love his content. I mean, Mystic is highly respectable. He's earned a great, I think, a great respect from not just the PlayStation community, but the gaming community. But I think Mystic, he's like truly, like, you talk about somebody who's passionate about PlayStation to a degree in which I cannot match it, truly, because of how, I mean, that dude loves the PS3, man. You know, that dude, he really is into everything PlayStation from start to finish, from top to bottom, and I respect that. And I don't think Mystic would ever come on my channel, but he's awesome. He's awesome. And, you know, I always appreciate the content he puts out. But I'm glad you appreciate what I do here too, man. So no updates as of right now on like collaborations or anything like that. But if anything ever changes, you guys, like I said, will be the first to know. But I just wanted to say this last thing, and I think this is where I'll end the acquisition talk, because I think a lot of you guys are going to understand what I'm trying to say here, or what exactly I'm speaking to. PlayStation, like, I want to give you guys a bit of context. Story time. It's not necessarily story time, but this is important for what I'm about to say. All right, because I'm a grown man now, or so I believe. I like to think I'm a grown man. I act like a grown man. But the point is, I'm older now, and I was there from the start with PlayStation. And I feel like a lot of people don't know this, and I want to say this because I think people get this idea, and they have this idea of me, which I can't blame them, because I can't expect everybody to know my life story or anything like that. But they had this idea that I just talk about PlayStation, or I only started to talk about PlayStation because I wanted more views and clout and attention and yada, yada, yada. The reality is I have been with PlayStation from the start. And I know that there are a lot of gamers who are older than me, obviously, and they have more of a history with gaming, with older consoles, with Nintendo. And that was before I was really into anything. Like, I was there a little bit for, like, you know, SNES and whatnot. But for me, gaming really began with the PlayStation 1. Like, that was the first time where I was like becoming old enough and interested enough where I'm like, this is where I play. These are the games I play. And it's so weird because I have like these memories of just the most bizarre, random PlayStation 1 games that I'll actually forget about, and it'll just like pop in my mind one day, like, oh yeah, that's a game I played on PS1. That's so weird. And I'm saying this because I feel like there is an essence that's there with PlayStation, and this could be nostalgia talking, but I don't think it is, because of how engaged I still am with the brand today, where there's just an essence with PlayStation that has always been there from the start, and it has been there the entire time, and it's still there. And, you know, there are people at PlayStation who have been there since the beginning as well. And my whole thing is I don't want to see Sony ever stray from that. You know, like, I do sometimes get a little worried where it's like, I know Sony cares about their big franchises. I know we talk about the business side of things. I know that Sony cares a lot about excuse me, you know, having their licensed games like Spider-Man and Star Wars and whatnot. That's all great, but the one thing that Sony has always, I think, done better than anybody, than any other game publisher, than anybody, is they have this type of, again, I don't know what other word to use other than just essence, where it's like they are about creating something new, creating something unique, creating something different and surprising, delighting, right? Like just doing things in such a pure way. And it doesn't always work out like that, but that to me is what has made PlayStation what it is. And I hate some of the things. Like I know that people are like, oh, Sony pursuing service games, Jim Ryan's going to ruin PlayStation. And there's always the worry of like, you don't want to see somebody take the reins that just doesn't get it. Now, I'm not saying Jim Ryan doesn't get it. In fact, I do think Jim Ryan gets it because he's been there since 1994. I think Jim Ryan gets it just as much as Sean Layden got it and still gets it, right? Also, somebody who was there from 1994. It's just that I think they want to do things a little bit differently. Or yeah, Jim Ryan was there since 1993. And I don't know. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure exactly what I'm trying to say. It's just more of a feeling where it's like, at this point in time, I know what it is I look for in gaming, and I know what matters to me, and I know why I still, support the PlayStation brand the way I do. And I just hope that with all the crazy stuff that's going down in the industry, because it's going to get crazier. I think things are going to get a lot crazier over the next 5 years. I just hope that nothing ever happens to PlayStation or with PlayStation where they end up somehow losing that essence. And, the same reason why I had this energy going into the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 generation. And there was a little bit of a lull gap there. Like I got kind of roped in by Xbox during the 360 generation, and that carried on to the Xbox One generation, where I kind of fell off of PlayStation for a little bit. But when I came back with the PS4 and now going into the PS5, it's like, yeah, I totally miss this, and it just brings me back. So I don't know what that little side tangent is, but for some reason I just get a very concerned feeling when we talk about all of these mega corporations looking to buy up everybody. And I'm just like, all right. The point is, PlayStation, head down, do what you do best. This is why I'm looking so much forward to hopefully getting a PlayStation showcase, because I want to see Sony come out and flex and remind everybody. I want to see PlayStation remind everybody this is why, PlayStation fans like me and many of you here, this is why we get so excited, because they just do things in a way in which nobody else does it. Nobody else can touch them. And I want to see that. Figuratively literal. Thank you. You're saying Mystic is the man. Been doing Let's Talk PlayStation consistently for basically 10 years. Shout out to him. Yeah, that's impressive, dude. That's an impressive track record, truly. Like I said, man, and he was there from the beginning. That's crazy. All right, we actually do have quite a few different topics, I think. We do have a few other topics to discuss. I want to talk about all this craziness that's been going on with Silent Hill. So let's try to look, I have 3 different articles up right now. Let's see. It starts here with leaked images appear to show a new British Silent Hill. And then another article, Konami's Silent Hill plans could include a remake, a full sequel, and episodic stories. Excuse me. Amid Silent Hill 2 remake reports, Bloober Team says it will reveal new games as soon as we can. Like, guys, on top of all that, we now also have Norman Reedus coming out during an interview and just casually saying, yeah, we just started working on Death Stranding 2. And Hideo Kojima responds by telling Norman Reedus to go to his private room. He's on timeout, clearly. And then I see people still talking about Blue Box. Did you guys see there was apparently a Blue Box leak, like a script leak or something like that? All right. So let me ask you guys: have any of you heard of their YouTube content creators? They're called Python Selkin. They're pretty cool. I don't follow them too closely, but they like do leaks or not leaks. They do like conspiracy and like rumor videos and whatnot, or theory, not rumor videos. Sorry. They do theory videos, and they're mainly focused on Metal Gear. And I like watched some content of theirs recently, and I love the way they present their stuff. And it really kind of reminded me. I think people have forgotten who we are dealing with when it comes to Kojima. You know? I feel like people have forgotten that this man. I watched an interview with Jeff Keighley, or I saw the interview that they brought up, and it was with Game Informer like years ago, and Jeff Keighley's basically talking like, yeah, you know, Hideo's talking to me, and he says, look, I want to reveal this game, but I don't want to call it Metal Gear. I don't want to say that Konami's involved. I want to call it Moby Dick Studios and whatnot. And I'm just like, yeah, I saw that. That was that's going too far to me. Python Selkin, they put out a theory where they're like, the real ending to Metal Gear Solid 5 is coming on the 9-year anniversary of Metal Gear Solid 5, because it'll be like we were in a coma for 9 years. And I'm like, all right, look, I'm not saying that that's what I believe. Okay, that's a little bit much for me. Even that goes a little bit too far. But it just, I don't know, man. You talk about the essence of something, and I don't want to keep saying it over and over again, because I feel like it does get a little bit too redundant. I do feel bad for coming off like so redundant, but I'm just going to do it anyway. And I'm going to tell you right now, like, I don't believe for a second that Kojima has not been working on Silent Hill. I can't shake it, dude. Like, okay, I'm just gonna dive in. I'm gonna dive in only briefly. All right, only briefly. But I gotta dive in right now, because I am like the maniac. I'm like the maniac that still has the abandoned real-time PlayStation 5 exclusive experience downloaded on my PlayStation 5 console, and I saw the rumors coming out that, yo, Bloober Team is working on Silent Hill, but do you know what Silent Hill they're working on? A remake. That's right, a Silent Hill 2 remake. What do you think about that? And all I thought to myself is, hold on a second. And apparently it's going to be a PS5 exclusive. I'm like, hold the phone here for a second, people. I go over to my PlayStation. I boot up the Abandoned Real-Time Experience app. And on that Abandoned Real-Time Experience app, there is a single 4-second teaser. And that teaser is a shot of a wooden floor. There's like wooden floorboards. It looks like it's nighttime, right? Graphically, it looks pretty good. Looking pretty shiny, high resolution. And it's of a man walking by the camera. The camera's at a fixed position. And if you go watch it, you can only see from like the lower abdomen down to the feet. And I'm looking at what this man is wearing. And I'm like, that's fucking James Sunderland. Like, even if this is just a troll, that is James Sunderland, bro. Like, look at his attire. Look at what this man is wearing. There's no doubt about it. And I'm like, and I just feel like for a moment I lost my mind again, where I'm like, this can't be happening. I'm like, why is this not over? and I'm like, you know what? I just can't. I can't do it anymore, man. I don't want the hype to die, but I just feel like we still don't know anything. And believe me when I tell you, oh my God, I am going to be showing up to Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest. I'm going to be showing up with just a level of let's go, Jeff. Let's go, Hideo. I'm ready. It ends tonight, right? like that's the energy I'm going into that show. It ends tonight. Because it's been a year, and it's been over a year at this point. It's been over a year. And we've suffered long enough. And we need to know. You're saying the jacket was beige, not green. No, dude, I'm pretty sure that jacket was green. Like, it was olive drab green. Pretty sure. I'll go boot it up right now and check again, bro. I'm pretty sure. But I just, that's the thing is... People are laughing because they're like, yo, isn't it going to be so funny when during Summer Game Fest, Jeff Keighley announces Hideo Kojima's new game and it's the Xbox exclusive? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay if it's just, hey, here's his, just let it die. Let it end. We need closure here. There's been no closure. You know? And something tells me that whatever happens at Summer Game Fest is not going to give us the closure we're expecting. Now, VGC is reporting. I'm going to read this shit to you guys. And I know I'm getting worked up, but it's been coming. You guys know it's been coming, and you guys know I've been trying real hard to keep this under control, but we got to go. We're going to go now, and I don't know, let me see how many more podcasts I have until the 9th. Okay. So maybe I have to cool it just a little bit because we still got 2 podcasts before the 9th. So we still got a ways to go. But look at this report here. Okay? This is coming from VGC where they're... So first, let's start here. Let's start at the beginning. Dust Golem seemingly leaks images that got DMCA takedown or whatever, they got copyright striked because they were real images. These are images of Silent Hill that were not supposed to be seen. And he suddenly proved that, yeah, I know some stuff about Silent Hill. Now, I'm going to be honest, I could not continue to follow Dust Golem because he reminded me of me a little bit where he's going off, bro. He's going off about stuff, but I looked into what he was saying, and pretty much this is what it comes down to. Dust Golem said that there's 3.5 Silent Hill games in development, and he seems like he basically was conveying that he doesn't want to ruin anything. And he says it's there's way more going on than what people know. Silent Hill's making a massive comeback, and people are going to be shocked, and some people might be upset, yada, 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 the whole thing. And I'm like, well, okay. So what you're telling me is that all these emotions I've been going through with Silent Hill for the past year, it's not all for nothing. There's clearly some shit going on behind the scenes. Okay? So he says there's 3.5 games. Now I go over to VGC, and VGC, they're pretty credible. VGC has been on the mark with a lot of things, and multiple people and I find the timing of it funny, where it's okay, multiple people start coming out of the woodwork where they're like, oh yeah, Silent Hill, Silent Hill 2 remake. That's what I heard. That's what I heard, and we're like, okay, this is the thing that I want to focus on. All right. Finally, VGC has been told that Konami is planning to release a new mainline entry in the Silent Hill series. It is not clear who is leading the game, but VGC reported last year that a Japanese studio was working on a Silent Hill project. The images leaked last week are understood to be related to a PT-style teaser codenamed Sakura, which is intended to be released as a free digital title to build anticipation for the larger projects. Okay. So VGC is like, bro, Japanese developer, mainline Silent Hill entry, PT style game. So pretty much every fucking thing I've been saying, everything we've been saying for the past year, got it. All right, no big deal. This is on top of Gamatsu claiming that, yeah, we heard it's Kojima working on Silent Hill. I can't go on anymore, people. It's here. This is it. This is what it's always been. I told you from the start. And I'm not bragging because nothing has happened yet, but I'm telling you, the second I saw this shit in front of my face, I'm like, that's Kojima Silent Hill. That's what it is. And I'm telling you now, that's what it is. You want me to believe that Norman Reedus last year, let's remember this. Okay? I'm going to look it up right now. Just so we're all on the same page. Norman Reedus, Death Stranding 2 negotiations. Okay? This was at the end of August. Okay? At the end of August, Norman Reedus said in an interview, again, just another casual interview, that negotiations for a sequel to Death Stranding are underway. Now, I want to point out the timing of this. Our friend Norman Reedus felt the need to let us know about this in an interview during a time when the Silent Hill rumors were going ballistic. The Silent Hill rumors were peaking at this time. All right? And so he comes out and he just casually says, oh yeah, that's the negotiations. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, MBG, no shot a man who ever leaked a single Walking Dead spoiler in 10 years just casually slips up about Death Stranding 2. Not once, people. Twice. I'm fucking telling you, I believe, man. I've never stopped believing, and it's because I just, it all adds up, and I oh man, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. You know I'm gonna be that crazy guy. When it's like Kojima comes out next month and it announces like Death Stranding 2, and I'm gonna be like, don't worry, guys, he's still making Silent Hill. 3 years later, Death Stranding 2 launches. Oh, it's coming. Silent Hill's still coming. There's gonna be a tease of it in Death Stranding 2. That's gonna be me. But no, in all seriousness, like, it's pretty clear, guys. Dust Golem, let me tell you this. Why do you think Dust Golem doesn't want to spoil it? Why do you think Dust Golem, the person who got copyright striked by Konami, why do you think that they're refusing to leak anything anymore? Because this shit's huge, man. This shit is huge. And I don't know that anybody who actually knows would have, like, if I was like in that position and people like came to me and they were like, yo, check this shit out, MBG. Look at what we're working. Look at what's being worked on right now. I wouldn't have the balls to leak that. Hell no, dude. Hell no. If I knew definitively and I had definitive proof that, yo, Kojima, and that's why I don't mean to keep bringing up Gamatsu, but Gamatsu just makes me laugh because they just don't give a fuck, bro. Like, Gamatsu was just so casual about it. It's almost like people were like, what? You're making that up. Like, that's not true. And they're like, all right. Like Gamatsu, like with one of the best track records in the gaming industry. The guys, like, I can't even talk about it anymore because it's been in front of our faces the whole time, man. Nate the Hate said it's not Kojima. How could it not be Kojima? That's what I need to know. Like, surely if it wasn't Kojima, somebody would have tried to stop this train. Because I tell you right now, nothing Kojima announces is gonna hit the same fucking way that a Silent Hill game would. People are gonna be upset if it's not Silent Hill, man. This is why I'm like, yo, I love Death Stranding. I love Death Stranding, and I would like a sequel to it. I would be excited for a sequel to Death Stranding because I actually really did enjoy that game. But I can tell you definitively that if Kojima comes out here and announces Death Stranding 2 for PS5, the hype's not going to be there. It's just not. It's no offense to Death Stranding. It's no offense to Norman Reedus and Sam Porter Bridges. The game was awesome. And I think one day we will eventually get a sequel to it. But I'm telling you now, after all that's went on, and all that could have been done to stop it, people will not be happy. People will not be happy about that. And I don't know, man. I will take the L. I'll take a massive L. And I will live with that L if Kojima announces his new project. Now, I want to make something clear, the stipulation with this. Okay? Because this is part of the L taking. If Kojima announces his next game and it's not Silent Hill, I'm not going to take the L just yet. Mainly because he confirmed that he's working on multiple projects. So if we got one project announced, we have to see what the other one is first, or as well. When we have a crystal clear picture of this is what Kojima Productions is working on, and Silent Hill has nothing to do with that, who on God's green earth would have the balls to make a new mainline Silent Hill game and also say, we're going to make a PT-style teaser with it? I'll tell you who has the balls. Blue Box. I'm just kidding. Not Blue Box, but I'm being serious. Like, who has the balls to do that? Who? You're saying Konami? Yeah, I guess Konami, but like, no way, dude. No way. There's no way that Konami, like, dude, I do believe Konami would have the balls, but I don't believe Konami's dumb enough. Okay? Konami ruined, torched, absolutely obliterated their reputation by canceling Silent Hills, by actively stripping PT away, making it harder for people to play and making it pretty much disappear. There's no way that they're dumb enough to think that they could just get another random developer to basically copy what Kojima tried to do. No. I'm sorry. Like, and here's the thing. Here's something else. VGC, their original article, VGC and Gamatsu, they're the two sources. VGC said, we heard a prominent Japanese development team. And they kept saying, it's not Kojima. It's not Kojima. Then who the hell is it? Who's the other prominent Japanese developer? They were dumb enough to make Metal Gear Survive. That is true. But surely they've learned from that, right? Surely they learned, like, you can't just slap anything on there. Could be Capcom. Yeah, I mean, that was the only Japanese publisher that I was kind of thinking, like, what if they got the Resident Evil team to do Silent Hill. Now, that would be totally unexpected. Watch it be platinum. Oh my God. Oh my God. No offense to Platinum, but don't touch Silent Hill. They're like the last studio that should be touching Silent Hill. Team Asobi. Oh man. I can't shake it, man. I'm like, no, I'm not listening to anything. I'm not listening to anyone or anything. You cannot convince me. I know I'm right about this. And I'm not saying that in a pompous way, because that's not how I mean it. But I'm telling you, everything you guys know, I've been following this. I've been following this closer than anybody. And I know that I have my moments, but there's something here. It just, I can smell it. And I know that smell. I know that feeling. I know what this is. And I don't want to I don't want to keep going on with it because I don't know. I just you're saying you smelled abandoned too. You're damn right I did. And why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Like I'm like I can't. I'm done with this conversation. I'm going to go way too off the rails and it's not going to be good for literally anybody. So I'm just going to end it here. All right. Soon enough, June 9th, we'll see what's going on June 9th, okay? Oh my God, dude. I think exciting times ahead. I think. Exciting, regardless of the outcome, exciting times ahead. People assume that the new Silent Hill entry will be a mandatory PlayStation exclusive. I don't know. I don't necessarily think so. I would not be shocked if the next mainline Silent Hill entry is not. Somebody said Abandoned and MEG had PTSD flashbacks. Yeah, I did. Yeah. You know, all right, I'm going to put out this final theory. This is my final theory for now. Just because, look, I'm so entrenched in its Kojima. I just want to say this. Just because I'm gonna entertain this notion just for a moment, because I feel like it's the only other possibility. What if it's not Kojima? It's not Kojima Productions. Like, let me not. I don't want to just say Hideo Kojima. It's not Kojima Productions. Okay, let's say it's not that. What if it's a new studio that PlayStation has built and PlayStation has funded? A studio that has brought on some of the industry's top talent to make Silent Hill. And what if Kojima happens to be part of that studio? I'm just saying. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, yeah, that's it. William Aguilar, you're saying, in Death Stranding Director's Cut, they had a woman from Silent Hill in the shower, a reference to Metal Gear Solid and Moby. 5 years ago, Kojima said Death Stranding is multiversal. People need to connect the strands to the dots. It's all good, man. It's all good. In good time. I look, I just think that there's been a lot of strangeness, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll leave it be for now. Again, I don't want to go too crazy. I almost went full crazy. It's a little too soon. We still got a couple weeks, but I think I think the time is coming soon where we're finally going to get some answers. And oh boy, am I'm looking forward to it, because I think I'm not going to say what I think. I've said enough of what I think on this matter. So, Silent Hill 2 remake by Bloober Team. What are we thinking about that? What are we thinking about a Silent Hill 2 remake from Bloober Team? I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. Like, I feel like it could be good, but I feel like people are very, very worried that they're going to ruin it. And I don't know. Mong004, you're saying, been seeing you rant for years. I like how you have matured your position over time. Just keep going that way. GG. Look, I told you guys, like, I had conversations with Hassan Karaman, and I like, even though I'm listening to this man speak to me directly, and he's straight up telling me, like, bro, this isn't what you think it is. Like, this isn't, and all I'm saying is that, like, when it comes to that situation in particular, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, why can't I shake it then? Like, no matter what I do. And I'm telling you now, there's one thing that I can't shake. And I'm not saying it's in relation per se, but it's so bizarre to me. I still have this app on my PS5 and I'm like, what the hell is this thing? And why is it still here? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is this? And that's the only thing where I'm like, if you go listen to Hassan's interviews, even he can't explain what it is. And that's it. I'm just saying, man, it's whatever. I'm trying my best to, like, not go off the deep end anymore. But the thing that still drives me crazy about this whole situation is that, for as insane as this journey has been, or whatever you want to call it, we're still sitting here over a year later and we don't have a single answer to anything. I just need that to be known. Like, people have come to their conclusions, people have said what they've said, and we don't know jack shit. And that's the thing that I find very bizarre, is that we still don't know anything. We don't know literally anything. And so you're saying, yes, we do. Hassan has told us. I mean, look, we've been told certain things, but whatever, man. Whatever. Hit that like button for me, guys. I'm gonna tell you what I was told. All right, I'm gonna tell you what I was told. I was told SNL. I was told that the reveal was closing in. Okay. I was told cinematic, realistic gameplay. I was told that it's not what we think. I was told to just let it go. I was told that what's going on with the PS5 and this real-time experience, that's not strange at all. There's nothing special about it. That's what I was told. I was told that I was told to prepare for disappointment. I was told to prepare for a new trailer, for a new teaser. I was told that, I was told to just give time. I was told to just let it go. As I said, I was told all these things. And then I was told at the end of last year, I was actually told by Jeff Keighley that Hassan might need help revealing his game. I was told by Jeff Keighley that there are two big things that they gotta escape the cage, man. I was told by Guillermo del Toro that somebody should make a new Silent Hill game because the art direction is just so good. I was told by Dust Golem that, there's 3.5 Silent Hill games in development, and people are not really fully aware of just how significant this is. I was told by VGC that there's a Japanese development studio, working on a mainline Silent Hill game with a PT-esque teaser. I was told that Bloober Team is working on a Silent Hill 2 remake. I was told that the Silent Hill reveal was actually supposed to happen last year, but it had to be put off at the last moment. I was told all of these things, and I was told more than that. And yet, there's not a single shred of anything here right now to give me any type of, to know who is telling the truth and who wasn't. What is true and what's not. What's real and what's not. That's the whole thing that I cannot get away from with all of this. And like I said, June 9th, I swear I'm gonna title that stream "It Ends Tonight." It ends tonight. It has to end tonight. So we'll see. With that being said, though, I probably should move on to the final topic, potentially. I was told MBG's confessional. Have the clown mask ready. Dude, look, man. I don't think at this point anybody could necessarily blame me in certain directions I went with. But I think it's the end results that are probably gonna matter more than anything. Like I think when we have all of the pieces to the puzzle and we see the picture that it makes, I think it'll be just a lot easier for everybody to kind of just process everything that's happened and what's going down. That's what I think anyway. So, I was told Deathloop was a 10 out of 10. All right, so let me see what other topics I have here. Okay, so there was this topic that people were asking me to talk about, and I kind of figured, sure, like I'll talk about it, but I think some people were making a bigger deal out of it than what really needed to be. Like it just wasn't necessary. But I'm going to read it to you here. This was where Sony said that they need Bungie to help them become more multi-platform. So Sony will be pushing for a leading role in the metaverse as it becomes a more common part of the entertainment medium. According to Sony's CEO, Kenichiro Yoshida, the acquisition of Bungie will help them to achieve that by improving Sony's live service game capabilities and helping them become a more multi-platform company. Sony won't be leaving their single-player games behind. After all, games like Horizon Forbidden West, GT7, and God of War Ragnarok are those that will sell systems on their own. However, Sony is looking to spread its wings and head into the world of live service games, and the Bungie acquisition will be a catalyst to enhance our live service game capabilities and represents a major step forward in becoming multi-platform. Now, look, a lot of people were really focusing on this because I think they kind of misunderstood to a degree what Sony was actually saying here. There were people who took this, I think, so literally, where they're like, oh, so Sony's going to start releasing their exclusives onto Xbox and and Switch and stuff like that. And it's like, that's not really what they're talking about. The reason why this is actually not really news is because Sony's reiterating what they pretty much already told us, which is like, look, Sony is making, and I know it sounds like we're beating a dead horse here, but I'm just, again, some people were asking me to cover this. Also, I forgot to read this. Sorry, Tricky Turnip, member for 11 months, he said, I love going down the Silent Hill rabbit hole with MBG. Yeah, I like doing it too, but it's just like it's not really fully there, and I can't go all the way, like I can't commit to it entirely. But trust me, I think as we get closer to some events happening, we'll be able to really really get crazy about it depending on what happens. But what I was trying to say about the multi-platform thing is Sony is making a bunch of live service games, and most of these games are probably going to be multi-platform to an extent. And I think when people on the internet, like when they hear multi-platform, Sony wants to go multi-platform, they're automatically hearing Xbox. Oh, Sony wants to go to Xbox. That's not, guys, I don't know why anybody would believe that. Like, you're not going to be playing The Last of Us online game or Twisted Metal on Xbox. Like, that's not what's going to happen, at least not anytime soon. What they're really talking about is PC. They're talking about trying to, I mean, look, I don't want to completely dismiss the notion that Sony could never put a game on Xbox. Like, MLB The Show is on Xbox. And here's a fun fact. Bungie's next game, whatever that may be, will release on Xbox, and you're going to see the PlayStation Studios logo. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that Sony would never do that, but I guess I'm just trying to say that this shouldn't surprise people. Sony is definitely becoming more multi-platform. They want to try to get more out of PC. And actually, let me bring this up too. I just saw this earlier. Was it PlayStation Lifestyle, I think? This is a really interesting thing that I saw because I actually speculated about this. Right here. It says, new job ad suggests Sony wants to bring PlayStation Network to PC. A PlayStation Network PC launcher might be in the works if a new job advertisement published by Sony is anything to go by. As spotted by DualShockers, Sony is looking for a director of project management specifically for PC game experiences, and one of the position holder's tasks will be to lead PSN platform integration. Sony has been repeatedly expressing its desire to go multi-platform in recent months, with an emphasis on PC and mobile, as pointed out by Twitter user Zubitech. And yeah, Zubitech does a great job kind of breaking all this stuff down. And look, it says here that this is not the first time a job ad has hinted at a mobile and PC launcher for PSN. Last October, the company was looking for a UX design manager, specifically for PlayStation's, quote, off-console experience, end quote, by designing mobile, web, and PC applications in order to expand its content distribution platform. So, guys, like, we need to boil this down. All right, we need to boil this down to what's really going on here. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. Sony really is going multi-platform. Like, very much so. More so than people, I think, than PlayStation fans. Some PlayStation fans, I think, are ready to accept. And I just want to try to ease you guys into... I'm not going to ease you guys into anything because it's not my choice. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off. Guys, PlayStation Network is the platform. PlayStation Network is the platform. The PS5 is not the platform. And I hate to say that. I hate to say that because you guys know that I'm a console enthusiast and I want to see the console always be at the center. I don't want to make it sound like Sony is deprioritizing the console. That's not the case. I need you guys to understand that as well. Sony is not going to deprioritize the console. The console will be integral for Sony. But the point is, Sony wants to put their platform, that being PlayStation, PSN, other places. And that's what they're going to do. Like, I always thought, wow, there's no way Sony is going to continue to put games. Well, maybe they'll continue to put games on Steam, but I just thought to myself, like, there's no way Sony doesn't create their own launcher for PC. Like, I just feel like this is what they're going to do. Like, why wouldn't they? But I'm just fully anticipating that with Sony making this push into live service games, right? With that push into live service games also comes the need, not even a desire, but the need for more multi-platform, availability. Like, that's just how it's going to have to be. And I think that PlayStation fans are going to be okay with this when they realize that, again, Sony's not just going to dump everything, right? Like, Sony's not just going to be like, well, we're just going to start launching our games day and date on PC. Well, we're just going to not do exclusive games anymore. Well, we're just not going to do single player games anymore. That's not how any of this is going to work. It's going to be actually the opposite. Sony is going to pick and choose and make strategic decisions with specific games, with specific ideas that they have on how they could incorporate PlayStation Network into other areas. And I just think, the days of Sony only adhering to the console, strictly only to the console, are over. And that doesn't mean it's not still the priority. It is, but it's not the be all end all. By that, I mean, it's just not the only thing. And I know that there are going to be some people who, no matter what, they're going to be Sony's going to have to drag some fans kicking and screaming, man. And it ain't going to be pretty. It ain't going to be pretty for some PlayStation fans. And I'm just trying to give you guys the heads up now. Like, look, don't be part of that group that's basically tantruming because Sony's like, hey, we're bringing The Last of Us online to PC. Or, hey, Horizon Forbidden West is launching on PC a year and a half after the console. Like, this shit's going to happen. And I'm not, Sony's going to continue to push the boundaries and see what they can do and what they can get away with. Not what they can get away with, but what will lead to the least amount of blowback and the most amount of gain, I guess you could say. So, yeah, I mean, it's here in their job listings, guys. Like, they're literally looking to bring a PlayStation Network launcher to PC. They're trying to expand the PlayStation ecosystem outside of the console. And I mean, look, you guys know I'm a traditionalist, but I can't deny at this point in time that this is probably the right move for Sony. Like, I cannot sit here and think of any reason why Sony wouldn't want to do this. I told you guys, I was worried when Microsoft made this decision last generation that they were going to kill the console. It's pretty clear that that's not what happened. And look, I got to give Microsoft the credit that they're owed here. I always said, look, if Microsoft can prove that they can still sell consoles at a healthy pace while still offering their stuff other places, then it will prove my fears wrong. Turns out consoles can still do great. And if you look at how the Xbox consoles are selling right now, they're selling great. And I think that this is really important to highlight because Sony sees this too, guys. Like, that's the point. Sony's recognizing that, so we can still sell millions upon millions, tens of millions, possibly 100 million PS5s, but we can still maybe put some of our stuff on the PC and we can still maybe do some mobile stuff. And this is what Sony's waking up to and what they're realizing. And yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Josh, you're saying I'm the funniest mother effer in the super chats. And be honest, you're pretty. Yeah, you have some pretty good super chats, man. I gotta admit, they do make me laugh. And then you say, "Go watch your past streams." I got you dying, bro. I don't doubt that, man. You say some crazy stuff. I appreciate it. As long as it doesn't cross any lines, I'm not against it. So good stuff, Josh. Tom R, you're saying, would it mean Sony falling out with Epic though? I don't think it would mean a falling out. I just think it's like, surely Epic Games is aware that Sony's not just going to let them, or anybody else for that matter, just dominate any area. Like, let me put it to you this way. You think that Sony pursuing 10 live service games isn't a threat to Fortnite and Epic Games? It absolutely is. It definitely is. I'm not saying that Sony's going to create the next Fortnite, but no one knows what the next big hit game, service game is going to be. And so, this is just where Sony and Epic have a really good partnership, but just because they have a good partnership, that doesn't mean Sony's going to say, well, we're not going to create our own launcher. I'm telling you, man, Sony, I don't want to say that Sony's preparing for the day where console doesn't exist, because I'm going to tell you this, like, we're going to get a PlayStation 6. We're going to get a PlayStation 7. In fact, I think Sony's always going to make PlayStation consoles, even if you're talking about like 20 years from now. I don't know if consoles are going to be a thing that people really care about anymore. I mean, 20 years is a long time, dude, and things are going at a rapid, things are changing at a rapid pace. So I'm not going to sit here and say that people are going to care about consoles the same way 20 years from now that they do now. They might be bigger than ever. But I'm just saying that, like, if you look at that dystopian future 20 years from now, and like consoles are practically dead, where it's like no one really cares about it. It's like a super niche thing, right? Where it's like it just barely exists. I still think Sony's going to have a PlayStation console. Even if like only 10 million people, 5 million people buy them, I think Sony will still support it, because it's just, can PlayStation as a brand ever exist without a piece of console hardware? I just don't think so. And that's the thing. And that's where I kind of realized, like, look, I don't know what the actual upper limit is for console gaming, but a lot of people seem to believe that we've already seen that. A good example of this is the PlayStation 2. And a lot of people say that the only reason the PlayStation 2 was able to sell 150 million plus units, and excuse me, nothing has beaten it, is because of the DVD player. Now, if you look at the PS4 was on track. It was like pacing with the PS2, and the PS4 hit a wall, man. The PS4 hit a wall at like 110 million, or 15 million, 118 million, something like that. It's not moving. It's not moving. It's going to crawl its way possibly to 120 million. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is I can't blame any platform holder or any console manufacturer, I should say, for believing that we've reached like the upper limit. I mean, I had like this dream where it's like, oh, dude, what if like the PS5 is the first console to sell 200 million units? Wouldn't that be crazy? But I don't think that's going to happen, and I don't think that's going to happen with a PlayStation 6. I don't think that's going to happen with a PlayStation 7. And I just think that it's just like Sony has reached, and not just Sony, but maybe Nintendo. I mean, at this point, the only console that seems like it could possibly surpass the PS2 eventually is the Switch. And even then, you can't really compare it because that's like a hybrid console. So I guess I'm ultimately just trying to say here that I don't really fault Sony or Microsoft or anybody else for kind of realizing that you can only strong arm a console into the living room for so long, right? Until it's like, well, we've reached the limit. This is like the max limit that people are gonna, buy consoles. And what do we do now? Like, does Sony just sit back and say, well, I guess we'll just have to be okay with 100 million install base, 115 million install base, and we'll just stop growing? We'll just stop seeking out new players and new customers and new buyers? That's not what Sony's going to do. I think if Sony believed, and if Microsoft, like, dude, Microsoft thought that they were going to sell 200 million Xbox Ones. Do you know that? Microsoft thought we're going to sell 200 million Xbox Ones. And boy, were they humbled very quickly. And I just think that Sony, like, I don't think Sony thinks that they can sell 200 million consoles. I think that Sony looks at the PS5 and they say, we'll probably sell 100 million. We could probably get maybe to 110, maybe 120 million. And that's great. That's huge. But I also think that that's not going to stop them as a brand and as a company from saying, well, Okay, if we can get 115 million, 120 million install base with our console, well, what else can we do? Can we take the PlayStation experience and can we just put it on PC? Can we put it on mobile? And I don't. The thing that's interesting about this is how this is going to clash with Microsoft. I say this only because what Microsoft is doing right now, I know there are going to be PlayStation fans who literally like their soul hurts when they hear this, but it's to a degree, Sony is going to start doing the things that Microsoft is doing. They're already in the process. Like you can't say that I'm wrong when Sony's literally already in the process. They're just doing it a lot slower. When you look at what's going on right now, Microsoft essentially said that we're going beyond the console. We want Xbox everywhere it can be. Sony is marching towards that as well, where Sony's like, look, we love the console, we love the PS5, that's our bread and butter, but we want that too. We want PlayStation everywhere, right? That's where you begin to realize that this is why you're never going to see Game Pass on PlayStation. Guys, Phil Spencer in an interview, this was like, I think last year, he basically casually said that he would love to put, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said that he would love to put Game Pass on PlayStation. Does anybody deny this? Does anybody deny that Xbox would love to have Game Pass on PlayStation? Absolutely, they would love it. But I remember like Phil Spencer was talking about it, he's like, but I don't think Sony's ready for that type of disruption yet. And I'm telling you now, there is a reason Sony's not allowing Game Pass on to PlayStation. And I'm making a guess here, but I'm pretty sure it's because Sony knows that they're essentially gonna have to kind of go the same route. Not necessarily with Game Pass. Again, like I want to make it clear that when I say the same route as Microsoft, I'm not saying that Sony's going to do day and date. No. I'm saying that Sony is going to have to, they're already in the process, but they're going to have to try to aggressively expand outside of the console the same way that Microsoft is. And in doing that, they're going to be fighting for the same space that Microsoft is. And that's where I just think that, this is why Sony and Microsoft still can't really shake hands in that way, because it's like, well, if Sony makes a PC launcher on a PlayStation Network PC launcher, then at that point, they're fighting for the same space and the same consumer that Microsoft is. If they do it for mobile, if they have a mobile launcher that's, focused on cloud, they're fighting for the same space that Microsoft is. So I don't know. I know that this is a lot, and the reality is this stuff's going to happen over time, but I just feel like I kind of want to make it known that, look, you're going to see, if I were to say like, if I were to go on Twitter, if I were to put out a poll and basically say like, how would you guys feel if Sony launched a PlayStation Network launcher on PC where you could essentially access the PlayStation Store on PC? Like you don't need a PlayStation console. People would freak out, man. Like you would see so many people being like, F that, screw that. Like that's, and I get where this is coming from. Believe me, like I get it. Cause like I know that just simple experience of just having a console with the store where you play your games, but I just think that people need to realize that that's just not, it's not going to stay that way forever, and it's okay. And that like, I think it would just be easier to just kind of accept, like, what you think Sony wasn't scared shitless to put like Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War onto PC? Oh my God, they were scared. They were so scared of how the PlayStation community was going to react, and they actually acknowledged this multiple times in interviews, and they claim that the reaction was positive. And this is where I'm saying it's just like, I think the time has come where even the most diehard PlayStation fans and enthusiasts, it's like, look, you're going to see clowns on the internet, like when shit like this happens. Like Horizon Forbidden West is going to go to PC. All right? It's going to go to PC. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. And when it does, you're going to see people being weird and doing things like, I'm going to make a video clip of myself trying to put my PS5, even though it won't fit, into my toilet and flushing it. And I mean, first of all, I don't know what the hell would have to be wrong with you to do something like that. But I can only imagine you're doing it for attention at that point. But it's a bad look. It's a bad look. And I don't want to contribute to that look by basically being like, oh no, like Sony, don't do this or don't do that. Because the reality of the situation is I'm just a fan. I'm just a player of games. And I feel like I used to have this mentality where it's like, Sony shouldn't do anything that I'm not okay with. But I learned a while ago that like it doesn't really matter what I think. The only thing that matters is what I do with my money. You know? And what I do with my money is like, Sony, you make a PS5 console and you tell me that you'll have some exclusives for it, then awesome. You know, I'm going to pay for that. I'm going to buy that console. It's the same reason why I'm not mad. Like, guys, when we talked about PlayStation Plus Extra, games like Demon's Souls, I want to use Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut is the best example I can use, because that game I bought that at $70 for the PS5, and it's been less than 1 year. I think it's been about like 9-10 months, and they're putting it on a service that if I chose to wait and not buy that and not play it, I could just pay that $15 and have access to it. But the same reason I'm not mad at that is the same reason I'm not going to be mad at the other things that Sony is going to pursue, because I realize now that I can still do these things. And the only thing I feel like I've ever actually been fighting for with Sony is to not change. No, not change, but to not remove that option for me. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, is like, I realize now that everything can kind of exist in its own way. And it doesn't have to negatively affect me. So a good example is, you know, Sony can offer a $70 game at launch that is currently exclusive to like the PS5. And then I can pay for that. I can play that game for hours upon hours, for months upon months. And then maybe at some point in the future, they can say, okay, we're going to put this on PC now. And okay, like, that's cool. You know, Sony could even one day say, we're going to put it on PC at the same time. And I just feel like I just can't agree with this logic anymore, or this argument where people freak out and they say, well, if Sony were to ever do day and date with PC, then there's no point of a PS5. There's no point. And I just don't agree with that logic, man. I can't I used to kind of get it, but now at this point, I'm like, no, that's just not true. Like, that's not true at all. Like, if that's how you feel, for you, there's no point for you to own a PS5, then don't own one. Go play the game on PC. How is that bad for you? How does that, like, why is that upsetting you? You know what I mean? And I guess I'm just saying, like, I feel like console players have always kind of had this mentality where it's like, I need Sony or Microsoft or whoever to give me the reason. They need to allow me to justify my purchase. And it's like, there's one thing, like, it's one thing if Sony promises you something, and that's why it's like, well, let's be honest here. Sony did promise PS5 exclusives this generation. So yeah, if Sony just turned around and said no more PS5 exclusives, this is why Xbox fans were so upset during the Xbox One generation, because that's kind of what Microsoft did. They kind of just suddenly were like, you know what, actually day and date with PC. And there was blowback at first because people were like, well, you guys didn't make that clear when I bought the Xbox One, you know? So look at this generation. How about this? How many people do you think back in 2016 when Microsoft announced day and date on PC, they freaked out and they were like, screw you, Microsoft. Screw your Xbox One. You know, now there's no reason to own this. How many of those people do you think still ended up buying a Series console? Knowing from the start of the Series X generation that your games are on PC day and date. I guarantee you there were quite a few people who did that. And here's the thing. The people who didn't, they just decided to buy their games on PC, and they're not upset. They're enjoying these games on PC. And so I know it sounds like I'm kind of like turning a new leaf or whatever, but it's just like, I'm just trying to realize that this is where Sony's going, man, whether anyone likes it or not. And I'm just trying to get ahead of the curve because, yeah, I put out a tweet a while ago where I said, I'm just going to lay it all down right now. I am anticipating that any live service game that Sony makes is going to launch on Xbox. And people thought, they're like, bro, you're crazy. And I'm like, I could be completely wrong. And that does sound crazy. Like that does. Like, would Sony do that? Sony can have their damn cake and eat it too, people. This is what I'm trying. You think I tried to explain to you that what we are seeing happen with MLB The Show? Oh, you better believe Sony is looking at that. They're like, whoa. Hold on a second here. So you're telling me I can take this game, MLB The Show, that's developed by my studio. I can release it on a competitor's service, and I can also release it to buy on a competitor's platform, and I can release it on my platform at full price, and nothing bad happens? Only good things happen? I think people are not aware that MLB The Show still sold just as many copies at full price on the PlayStation consoles as it would have without it being on Game Pass or Xbox. That is fucking crazy. Like, I don't think people understand. Like, do you realize what that's telling Sony? That's telling Sony, like, dude, you can do whatever you want. And the people who are on PlayStation are still going to buy your shit. And I feel like I've kind of contributed to that to an extent by basically saying, like, yeah, I'll still buy God of War Ragnarok day one on my PS5. Physically, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't want to make it sound like Sony doesn't care about the console. I don't want to make it sound like Sony no longer cares about selling these consoles. Like, here's I have to highlight this. I have to highlight this because this is also very important. And this is the final thing I'm going to say. The thing about buying a console versus opening up a launcher on your PC is that a console purchase requires a certain commitment. And this is probably why console owners get so upset when they hear about Sony taking their games and their platform to other places. Is in buying this console, you're basically making a $500-$600, whatever it may be, commitment. And Sony knows that the people who buy these consoles are probably the people who are going to sign up for the services, buy all the games, buy all the microtransactions in the games. And, you know, that's a little bit different from people who are just going to, again, download a launcher and maybe buy a game or two just to try it out. There is a difference. And that difference comes in the stickiness, I guess you could say, of the users. And I just feel like this is important to highlight because the reason why you're not going to see Sony dive in head first and they're going to do stuff slowly is because they don't want to, Sony doesn't want to upset the core PlayStation fan base, because the core PlayStation fan base is where they're making their money. So, Tom R., you're saying the PlayStation console will always be the sweet spot for playing Sony's content, regardless of what platform it's available on. And exactly, that's how I see it. That's how I see it as well. Rashdown B2, you're saying 70 for MLB is a lot cheaper than 500 with Game Pass. All right, guys, I got to end the podcast. I'm drained. I'm starting to feel my sickness kind of really creep up on me here. So maybe I'm ending it a little bit abruptly, but I got to cut it off now. I'm done. I've given it all I can give for this stream. Somehow another almost 4.5 hour stream. So big thank you to everybody who watched. I do apologize. I'm not going to be able to do my member shout out. Again, huge thank you to all my members. You know who you are. You know, I really appreciate your support. My voice is just, it's going, man. And my throat's killing me. So I'm going to extend a thank you. Thank you to everybody who super chatted. Shout out to all my members. Shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps each week. Make sure you show him some love when you see him. And just make sure you hit that like button on your way out, guys. We'll see what this next week brings. Hopefully some exciting things. But now I'm going to go rest for the remainder of my Sunday. And yeah, that does it, guys. That's episode 110 in the books. So I will catch you guys in the next one. Until then, take care.